targeting a June 12th robo-taxi launch as Elon Musk prepares to step back from Doge, and Salesforce, Matt Miller, raised its sales outlook as AI bets pay off. This is Open Interest.
It's a countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest, how much would it cost to bring production here, Rebecca? I mean, what kind of upcharge would you be looking at?
There is no handbag infrastructure in America anymore besides a couple of small factories in New York City. So not only would we have to build a factory that could make the amount of units we're trying to make, but we'd have to bring back hardware manufacturing, bring back tanning and leather. I mean, these are all things that are purchased overseas and assembled. You know, if you want this to really work, give us grants to build factories, give us several years of tariff breaks in order to make these things happen. And then we'd love to make in America. It just right now, if I were to switch everything to America, my price would double. And my consumer is not here for that. As small businesses doing under $50 million, you know, keep us alive. We are employing millions of people collectively and affecting livelihoods across the U.S.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Well, let's get back to that U.S. court ruling that many of President Trump's tariffs are legal. Pangea Policy founder Terry Haynes says that on a practical level, tariffs will continue unabated pending Trump's certain appeal of the CIT's summary judgment ruling. So nothing will change and tariffs will continue. Terry was also a congressional staff author of the 1988 Trade Act. I'm pleased to say that Terry joins us now. Great to have.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and I'm live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Just to remind the audience, I do this morning review now on X Spaces. You can do a live call in and listen in. That review is usually about a half an hour, 15 minutes to a half an hour. I read some of the news feeds and then listen to and play some of the video about some pertinent topics. Today, we played Peter Navarro being interviewed on Bloomberg about the tariff issue with the court ruling and how it's not going to change things. I also talked a little bit about NDIVIA. I'm changing the format of the show a little bit, so bear with me as I work out, you know, the whole new format. But thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to be, you know, like I said, we're going to go into we're going to do deep dive of news that's breaking, how it's affecting the markets, how it may be, you know, affecting foreign policy. And I also discuss on how to improve your health and wellness. All right. So this is a show it's very dynamic, extremely dynamic, and it's actually hard to do. It's not easy to do what I'm trying to do here. And I'm tweaking it a little bit, to my liking, trying to improve the audio and have some sort of interaction with the audience. But with that said, thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. A lot is going on. A lot is going on. NVIDIA had their earnings yesterday. Moving markets. It's geopolitical because it's dealing with chips and should they be sold to China? And if not sold to China, why to the Middle East? And there's a lot of politics involved. And there's a lot of military. There's a military considerations with the Blackwell chips. NVIDIA is saying that maybe they can come up with a lower end model that they might be able to get through the Trump administration for an okay to sell to the Chinese. DeepSeek said that their model's improving. I talked about that in the news feed this morning. So a lot is evolving in the AI world. A lot is evolving in the crypto world. So it's going to be breaking. There's some economic news, jobless claims, I believe was brought up earlier today, or will be today. I think it was at 8:30. I didn't see the. I'll have to dive into it. But again, to do the show, it's not that easy. All this stuff is live streamed, all of it, all the market telemetry, everything is live. So just bear with me as I get the kinks out of the show. All right. With that, I want to just ask the audience, please make sure that you subscribe to all 7 channels I have. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All right. I do the live streams on Rumble. I do the live streams on YouTube. I get strikes on YouTube. Everyone that's been watching me knows why. All right. Because, some of the things I say about what happened in 2020. And again, there are only four people that know what happened in 2020 as well as I do. All right. Barrick. All right. Batwoman. Dr. Fauci. And Dr. Paul Cottrell. All right. Nobody else knows as much as I do in terms of the crisis. They think they do, but they don't. All right. So with that said, please help support the work I do. I'm going to tell you how to improve your health. It's a protocol that I do. I'm in my 50s, and I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty fit. All right. Secondly, I'm going to tell you how to benefit from the volatility in the market. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos that I do are for free. This information I'm giving you is for free, but there's a social contract. And that social contract is that I give you free content, thousands of videos that you can actually make money on. And guess what? You help support the work. Buy the products that I have and help support through donations. So you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website. It's on the homepage at the very bottom, or be a paid member to Patreon. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. Everything's free. All right. But it's through the people that donate or are paid members, even though they're not getting exclusive content. All right. That helps support this show. All right. And so let's grow it, because I think what I have is quite unique. All right. But it's not so much the screens and the flashing numbers and all that. I have a unique perspective that other people just don't have. All right. It's just the way I was wired. So please help support the work that I do. All right. And I'm going to tell you how to make money in the market. And just pay attention to me. All right. Now, you can also purchase the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have ebooks. I have supplements. I'm telling you what my protocol is to slow down the aging process and boost up the immune system and have more vitality. It's an anti-aging protocol that I've been doing for a long time. And then also take a look at some of the coursework that I developed in immunology and in pulmonology. It's only $50. You can download PDFs. You can watch the videos for these different classes. You get a unique password. You log in. You can watch the videos as many times as you want. You can download the PDFs, and you learn about pulmonology and immunology. And what you're doing is reducing that power imbalance between you and your doctor. The more you understand your body, the more you'll be able to communicate that and take charge of your own health. When you take charge of your own health, you will have better outcomes. 100% sure about that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. You know, because of the censorship, I don't get the reach like I used to have. I used to have millions of views. All right, but because of the censorship and the censorship of reach, not just of speech, the censorship of reach, it's hard to grow on YouTube. Now we can break the algorithm by you sharing the links and helping support my work. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now it's in my DNA. All right, it's in my pedigree, never to give up. So please help support, and we're going to grow this, and it's going to be big. So thank you for joining. Greatly appreciate it. All right, so let's go over the markets. All right, we are, well, before we do, well, the market hasn't opened up yet. It has 2 more minutes to go here. So in the futures market for the S&P 500, we're up 52 points in the futures market. That's at 5,955. We'll see what happens with the opening. And oil is trading at 61.32. So the Euro USD is trading at 113. So dollar is weakening a little bit. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 144. So dollar is weakening relative to the Japanese yen also. UBS adjusts its price target on Agilent Technologies from 130 to from 150. What I'm noticing is that there's a mixed bag of adjustments of targets for different companies. Last week, I saw a lot of upgrades slightly or neutral, no change in the price target. But today is a little bit of a downgrade. There's lowering of price targets for some of these companies. Warren Buffett found billions in a teeny Japanese guidebook he could barely read. I don't know, that just popped up on the feed here. But the thing is, you can see the market telemetry on my website or on YouTube. All right, and everything's live, and I'm going to tell you how it's going here. All right, markets just opened up. Okay, markets just opened up. So what we have is the S&P 500 is trading at 5,937. VIX is trading at 1895. Oil is trading at 61.21. BITO is trading at 22.78. Natural gas is trading at 1.55. Gush is trading at 21.14. DRIP is trading at 10.81. UCO, which is an ETF for oil, that's trading at 20.74. And Bitcoin is trading at 108. And the dollar index is trading at 99.47. So it's a little bit down today. But that's been bouncing a little bit above 100, a little bit below 100. And the 30-year is trading at 4.96%. The 10-year is trading at 4.48. So yields are slightly down today, slightly down. Okay, with that, let's listen into let's listen into Bloomberg here.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest on a pretty momentous day. Should be for markets after a court struck down Trump's tariffs and NVIDIA came out with earnings. We are looking at gains on S&P futures, only about 0.9% now. So not huge gains. If you're mad bullish on NVIDIA as already a $3.3 trillion stock, it should, I think, drive things further. NASDAQ futures up 1.4%. Russell futures up as well. On the New York Stock Exchange, you've got First Eagle Investments ringing the bell. They've launched a couple of ETFs.
Thank you.
One is a global ETF. One is an overseas ETF, which I think is really interesting. By the way, this company was founded in 1864 in Dresden.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the old Arnold and S. Bleichroeder.
Matt does his research for these.
And then on the NASDAQ, you have ISE, the International Securities Exchange, which was bought by the NASDAQ. They're not publicly traded, so it's really not as interesting, but I guess they have to do that.
You know what is publicly traded?
Yes.
And reported earnings yesterday. I'm talking about NDIVIA. Its strong forecast really easing investors' fears about AI growth, but those Chinese chip restrictions will cost the company $8 billion in the current quarter. It's on the verge of becoming the world's most valuable company by market cap today. And you can see that shares are higher about 5% in the moments after the bell rings, Matt.
You may think that overshadows every other earnings report that's out, but retail earnings continue to roll in, and some of them are interesting, not just for the drama. Kohl's, for example, after firing its CEO, it affirmed its full year outlook. And then Best Buy actually cut its earnings forecast that related to tariffs, but it says it sees no major change in consumer behavior for the rest of the year. Then finally, e.l.f. Beauty is surging this on a deal to buy, I guess, Justin Bieber's wife's makeup brand. Apparently, I'm more interested in e.l.f. because they dropped off a package to my favorite sailor going from Oregon to Hawaii with his cat. The CFO of e.l.f., Mandy Fields, joins us later in this hour. So let's get back to NVIDIA, shall we? The S&P 500's biggest stock mover by value this morning, and maybe soon to be the very biggest company in the entire world. Last night, Bloomberg Technology's Ed Ludlow spoke with the CEO, Jensen Huang, following the company's earnings results.
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now.
Let's get a closer look now at NVIDIA with Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde sitting to my left. And Caroline, how should we be thinking about this at a psychological level? Was this truly a knock the cover off the ball report, as Matt had been talking about in the days leading up to this, or was this simply just better than feared?
I think it's relief, but that relief puts it back in pole position. We are now the most valuable company on the S&P. They've eclipsed Microsoft if they hold these gains of in excess of 5%. We're back at $3.46 trillion because the China anxiety has been put to one side. Yes, they're going to take an $8 billion hit. That's a lot, but they're able to see the momentum of the Blackwell chips, the offering, the fact that they're actually managing to manufacture them at pace and get them into customers' hands. That outweighs the negative effect of not being able to ship the H20. In fact, Jensen did say, look, I'm still trying to think potentially of a future chip that we might be able to design, but would have to get sign off once again from Washington for China. That he's not giving up on the market. In fact, he's getting some flack, it seems, from certain lawmakers about building up some, well, at least office space in China at the moment. But he says, look, that's because I've got, well, at least a spokesperson for the company says that's because the employees are coming back to the office.
Wong actually increased my own trade anxiety when he was talking to Ed Ludlow yesterday, pointing out that it would be prudent for a Chinese company to use Huawei or another Chinese-made chip. And in fact, even if the U.S. decides to allow the export of these chips, why wouldn't China say, as they've already advised, you can't buy NVIDIA chips. You must buy them in our domestic market so we can grow this incredibly profitable business.
Look, he's learned from DeepSeek. That's why, of course, he's talking about the demand being off the chart for inference, because that was the anxiety that DeepSeek could come along and suddenly we don't need to train so much, but inference is where it's at. But he's also learning that, well, DeepSeek was purely formed because they didn't have access to really sophisticated chips. Now they're building their own. He's saying Huawei is doing amazing things. If you cut me off from this country, they will just develop and go it alone anyway. The AI diffusion rule, of course, he's really celebrating the fact that that's been curtailed and he's able to get his chips into other countries' hands. That's been a big win for the Middle East, for example. But I do think that there's this ultimate desire for access to China in the long term. But look at the news today on the chip design companies, Cadence, Synopsys. They're all well, they're going to take a hit because there's a concern that they're not going to be able to get their designs into China anymore. That's the latest restriction being put on US to China. So,
and those students, those Chinese students won't be coming over here.
Talent.
They'll study somewhere else, and then they'll go work for Huawei instead of for Jensen Huang.
Ed did ask him about that, and he said, look, overall, he thinks there is a focus on getting the right talent into America.
Oh, wait a minute here. So you can't get electrical engineers and chip designers in the United States, American students? Yeah, bullshit.
CIO Sarah Malik, she joins us now. And Sarah, I'll just ask first, after really the biggest earnings report of the season, we've been waiting for months, it seems. Do you feel more bullish, this market so driven by, the AI hope?
I'm bullish on artificial intelligence. I think it's alive and well. With NVIDIA, the two key factors that are positive for this stock are China and Blackwell. They've been big concerns for China. What is a headwind is now a tailwind because of the $8 billion hit they took to China. And with Blackwell, the issues that people were worried about with the ramp have been resolved. So both of those are very positive. And we saw from first quarter earnings from other companies like Microsoft and from software companies that AI and demand there is very strong. So I don't think the AI trade is dead. I think NVIDIA proved that. I think that's a fundamental positive for the markets going forward. Now, on the other side, I think tariffs are a short-term gain, but also still going to be a long-term pain for the market. So tariffs are a different story than the tech trade.
Well, it's funny. I mean, NVIDIA, absolutely the biggest earnings report of the season, but it feels like at least the mind share this morning has been taken by that court order basically blocking the Liberation Day tariffs that we got in April. And it seems like your uncertainty is the word of the morning, that this maybe is a short-term positive, but injects even more uncertainty into the trade process. Talk us through how you're thinking about this.
Short-term bump for the markets, but I don't think it will be long-lived because of that uncertainty around what will happen from here. It's actually less clear than what we had before the court blocked. So going forward, Trump can still put tariffs on China and raise those from where we are today. Second is Section 122 of the trade agreement, which allows up to 15% tariffs for up to 150 days. And third, of course, is appealing the court's decision and also what kind of permanent tariffs may occur going forward. So I think there's more uncertainty going forward around tariffs. The base case of 10% tariffs on the rest of the world.
Breaking news, but it's a bit funny. Bloomberg Industry Group raises over $15,000 for American Heart Association. Lawyers have heart. Does lawyers have heart? I'm not really sure.
Expect a change in consumer behavior. We haven't seen a lot of companies really pull their forecasts as we feared at the beginning of this earnings season. We don't get much higher inflation prints, at least so far. Did we have a little bit too much fear about these tariffs and their results going into this quarter? And do things look a little bit better than maybe you expected?
We haven't seen the impact of tariffs yet. That's going to take 3 or 4 months to run through the numbers. So markets did overreact around Liberation Day, around what they thought were going to be extreme tariffs. And then negotiations have pulled that number down a bit. And I think that's why markets have recovered. The driver of this economic cycle is the consumer, as you pointed out. And consumer data has been mixed. In first quarter earnings, we saw mixed numbers out of companies, mixed guidance. The good news is this week we saw strong consumer confidence numbers come out with a big bounce back up to 98. And tomorrow PCE inflation data comes out and it's likely to hit a 4-year low. So the hard data and the soft data for the economy has been strong. First quarter earnings growth came in at about double estimates, 12% growth year over year. So the economy is telling you everything's fine. The fear for the markets, of course, is what does it mean for the second half when those tariffs come into play? I still think they will come into play. What does that mean for markets? That's the calculation that needs to happen. But the good news is we're starting from a strong base with a strong economy and earnings growing low double digits.
Sarah, what do you think this means for the Fed? There was a really interesting note out from Neil Dutta over at Renaissance Macro this morning. He says, in his view, at the margin, this puts some pressure back on the Fed that maybe we should be emphasizing less near-term inflation data and putting more weight on employment. How are you viewing it?
The Fed has stated that they're going to view tariff-driven inflation as a one-time bump. We've consistently had an expectation at Nuveen for 2 Fed rate cuts this year. We're sticking to that starting later this summer. So I think all of that is going to be what the Fed is looking at. Now, the issue with employment is that employment markets tend to crack right about when a recession starts. So if the Fed waits for the employment markets to crack, they may actually fall behind the curve with their rate cuts.
I think the Fed's going to wait. I don't think the economy is suffering that much with the tariffs. So I'd be shocked if the Federal Reserve raises rates or cuts rates. I don't think inflation is going to be that big. And I don't think that unemployment is going to skyrocket above the 5% mark. It's at 4.2, I believe, right now. Now, I just want to listen in. Al Jazeera is playing a little bit about the Harvard commencements today. I had tickets to go because I'm an alumnus, and I usually sit over at the when I go to these events, because being an alumnus, you can sit in the periphery. I usually sit on the steps of the library, but right in the center, because you can see down the path and you have a good shot. So if you get there early, boom, you get a great spot. But I chose not to go this year because I didn't want to deal with the riffraff, because I suspect that there's going to be some protesting. And when they protest, it really, when they start marching around like they did last year and did their protests, they did their protests during the commencement ceremony and also the alumni day. And I was there last year for both of those events. And it just really dampens the whole mood of the ceremonies when these students do these protests, and you just don't want to be there because of it. All right. So I suspect because of what Trump is doing with the funding for Harvard, that there's going to be quite a few protests. And I just didn't really want to deal with the riffraff. Unfortunately, that's what you see at these ceremonies. It's not always like that. My graduation ceremony at Harvard was not like that. It was very, nice and, the way it's supposed to be. But unfortunately, what has happened was last year was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. And it was very bad during the alumni day, where a faculty member actually poured some sort of colored dust or colored powder onto the actual president of Harvard, Alan Garber. But these are things that just are unacceptable. You got out of control. You have some very out of control faculty. You have out of control students. Some of it's coming from the graduate school, but most of it's coming from the college. And I just didn't want to deal with it this year. Just didn't want it. I have the ticket. But unfortunately, these crazy students have caused a very special day to be tainted. All right. Now, they haven't done the protests yet, but let's just listen in here. But I suspect when they start having the guest speakers, what happens is that each school is, the deans will go up to the president and basically state that these individuals, these students, have met all the requirements to have their degree confirmed. All right, so there's a formal process that takes place on the stage, and so everybody in that school stands up. Well, last year, what happened was when the college was recognized, because it's one of the 12 schools or 11 schools. I forgot how many schools they have, but I think it's 12, maybe 13. But so the 12 schools, during the confirmation process, they stand up. All right. Well, when they were going to confirm the degrees for the college, they started having their protest. And also some of the other, it got out of control, and some of the other schools that had to stand up for their degree to be confirmed, they caused havoc and disrupted the ceremonies. So I didn't want to deal with it. But just imagine you're a student, you go through a very difficult program. Let's say your parents are with you. All right. You've been waiting for 4 years or 2 years or 3 years or however long. All right. You're graduating. Your parents are in the yard, not in the seats, but in the periphery, because the seats are really for the students. And you know, they're all over the yard in the periphery, trying to get a good view of their kid, right? Or on the screen. There's different screens based on where you're sitting or standing. There's a lot of standing only areas. And so this is a once in a lifetime event for a student, once in a lifetime event for many families. And it's disrupted by a bunch of snot-nosed, self-centered kids. And there's not enough people pushing back that are conservative saying, you know what? Do you have, quote, a right to protest? Yes. But should you is the better question. There is a time to protest and there's a time not to. And what I saw last year as an alumnus, seeing what was going on, I think it was too disruptive, and it tainted the occasion for families waiting for this event, the student and the parents, if they came through, right? If they were there. Now, I was lucky, you know, I didn't see that during my graduation, you know, but the guest speaker for my graduation was the actual female Australian prime minister, who eventually stepped aside and resigned. But her speech I didn't like at all. But the point here is these students should recognize that it's not just about them. It's about the whole community. It's about the graduates of all the different schools, from all walks of life, rich and poor, and about the families, and about the history of the occasion, and to pay homage to that history and respect. And I know that when you're there, you know, as a student, as a graduate, you get that feeling it's just about you, right? Because you're in the center of the yard, and it's like, but it's way beyond that. You have the memory of all these different generations that have gone before you. Class of 45, class of 50, class of 65, right? There's these hints of memory that are there. And then the soldiers. There are memorials for World War I vets, World War II vets, Civil War vets. So when you disrupt that kind of environment during the ceremonies, the commencements, you're disrupting the history. You're disrupting and disrespecting the ones that came before you and the ones that died for serving the United States of America. But you've got snot-nosed kids now, TikTok generation, that don't appreciate what they have. So I didn't go this year. Normally I go every year, but this year I didn't go because I didn't want to deal with the bullshit. And so, it's a cool place, but it's not a cool place when you have a bunch of snot-nosed kids protesting pro-Palestine, anti-Semitic comments, pushing reparations. And in this case, what's going to happen is it's going to be a very anti-Trump situation. Now, there was a book event over at the Harvard Club yesterday pushing the book Pardon by Jeffrey Toobin, right, from CNN, the famous guy, right? All right. He's double Harvard guy. He went to Harvard College and Harvard Law. All right. And he's pushing his book called Pardon. He's talking about the pardons that were going on by Ford for Nixon, but also parlaying that into the pardons of contemporary presidents like Biden and Trump. Well, it was a packed audience at the club. Mostly older people. There were about I would say, less than 10% that were my age or younger. So you have people that were mostly retired, all right? And there was such a negative vibe within that audience and with Tubin, anti-Trump, that what he's doing to Harvard is just wrong. And they're not looking inside. Now, Tubin did say that, you know, Harvard is admitting that they have some problems with anti-Semitism for a long time. That's very true. That's extremely true. The thing is it's way beyond that. The student body and the alumni aren't paying attention to the infiltration of the CCP and the 1,000 Talent Program and this joint work that was going on between elite universities like Harvard and Wuhan, which is still happening today. Now, Wuhan University doesn't just do biologics. They do lots of things. The thing that's very telling to me is that there was joint development research between Wuhan University and Harvard on spatial temporal satellite imagery for city planning, for agriculture, but it can be also a dual purpose and be used for military application. Why the hell did we have students coming from China being taught at Harvard for temporal spatial imaging? And no one's talking about it. Everyone's saying Trump is a bad guy. The alumni need to wake up. They have groupthink right now. And I saw it I saw it with my own eyes last night at the Harvard Club. So that's the reason why I'm not there at the commencements today. Because as an alumnus, I didn't want to deal with it. Because I dealt with it last year. All right, so with that, let's take a look at the markets here. So the S&P 500, now we're going to get into the details how you can make some money, right? That's the reason why you're listening. So let's see, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,928 and the VIX index is trading at 1907. All right, so in the USD, Japanese yen is trading at 144. So it's the yen is strengthening a little bit. I want the Japanese yen to be above 145. Getting closer to 140, the bad. That's sign for stress in the international markets. It weakening, going above 145, that's good. VIX, I want to see it at the 17 or 18 range or lower. You know, 1904, that's a decent amount. It's below 20. If it gets above 20, it's a little problem. And there's a resistance level, major resistance level for the S&P 500 at 6,000. Now, what is interesting is that when the U.S. Trade Court made their ruling that Trump can't do these tariffs, unilateral tariffs, the futures market for the S&P 500 went slightly above 6,000, all right? And then came back down over the Asian session. So what we are having here is there's definitely a resistance point at 6,000. There's a support level at 5,750. So you're going to see this undulation, right? That's going to be taking place, and it's consolidating, right? Just below the 6,000. It's around the 5,900 handle, maybe a little bit in the 5,800 handle. And there's going to be this consolidation that's taking place and building up energy level that, now I'm speaking this in terms of chaos theory. It's building up an energy level to be able to push through the 6,000 barrier. So it's going to happen. We are going to see an all-time, unless there's a war or some major thing that comes out of the White House that's market negative. But we are going to see an all-time high for the S&P 500 sometime in July, most likely at the end of July. Now, it is May 29th. We're doing this show, May 29th. All right. So we got June and July. And the all-time high is like 6,130, somewhere in there. We're not that far away, guys. So everyone that was sitting on the fence and I was worried. Well, you just missed the train. You missed the train like 3 weeks ago. So, but the ones that were paying attention, you made anywhere from 10 to 20, 22%, depending on where you were, how you were doing your cost averaging. But with new deployed money, you made money if you listened to me. Well, all those other podcasters like Alex Jones, they thought that the sky was falling. And it wasn't. Oh, the market's going down, the dollar's going down, the treasuries are going down. Well, that's called dislocation. It only happens for 48 hours. It's not a big deal. And the dollar is overvalued. It needs to be trading at about 98, 97 on the DXY. And our treasuries, we've had very low interest rates. We've had very low yield curve because of intervention that goes all the way back to Lehman, because of the gigantic quantitative easing that happened under Bernanke. And we are just getting out of that. We were at zero bound pre-COVID, and we were getting out of zero bound. You don't want a Federal Reserve at zero bound. There's no shock absorber on your car. So these people like Alex Jones didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about. They had no idea, but they feed the fear. All right. Just like they didn't really know anything about 2020. They didn't understand the nuance. There's a big nuance that if people paid attention to what I was saying, I'm the most accurate on COVID, 100%, most accurate. All these other people, they didn't understand the nuance because they weren't formally educated in the subject matter. Okay, so with that said, so you have a resistance level at 6,000 and you have a support level of 5,750. And we're starting to gain that energy level to burst through that 6,000. All right. So these are times to accumulate shares. But the big accumulation should have been taking place 3 weeks ago, like I told you. Okay. Now, what's going on with oil? Oil is trading at 61. It's trading, it's at 60 right now. Maybe a time to buy. 61. And we have a major support level of 54. 54 is a 61% retracement off the fib sequence. Very strong support level. There's a trading range between 60 handle and about a 63 handle. And that's what I've been doing. Buy at about 60 handle, sell at a very high 62 handle or 63 handle. All right. It's very simple. All right. And what I've been looking at is UCO. Now, if you want to short, you can short it at SCO. But the thing is that it's trading, UCO is trading at 20.65. Right. So support levels. Support level is 54 and resistance levels are going to be 65. And if we see it break the 65 resistance level, then you're going to have a major resistance level of 68.50. All right. So BITO. BITO is trading at 22.66. Now, BITO is an ETF that's tied to Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is trading at 107. Now, what is surprising me is there's been positive news coming out with Bitcoin, stablecoin legislation, the crypto conference that was taking place. So it seemed to me that there was positive news for Bitcoin. It hit at about 110 and then kind of died down. So there doesn't seem to be buyers above to get above the 110 mark. So there's definitely a major resistance level at this. So we're just trading below it. We're at 107. It's, that's a lot better than below 100. But the thing is that I'm surprised that it didn't break it, right? Now there is a correlation between equities and Bitcoin. All right, there's a strong correlation there, actually, positive correlation. So I suspect that as we inch closer and closer to 6,000, we're actually going to get closer and closer to breaking 110 and staying above 110. So BITO is the ETF that I've been looking at. If you want to short, then you want to look at BITI. All right. So it's trading at 2267. So we have a support level. Let's talk about the resistance level first. So we have a resistance level for BITO at 24.42. All right. And then we have a support level at 22.50. So we're close to that support level. All right. So if Bitcoin starts to drop, below, below 106, right, we're probably going to break the 2250 support level. The next support level would be 2148 for BITO. So 2148 and 2250, and we're trading at 2268. So we're above the support level, all right, but we're seeming to testing it. This is other confirmation that there's not enough going in right now for trading for Bitcoin to drive it up. But it's also correlated with there's just not enough buyers in the S&P 500 to push it above 6,000. So this is what we're seeing here. All right. There's this energy. This is why I try to use terms that are a little bit more tied to chaos theory. There's an energy building up that's happening. There's a resistance, but there's an energy buildup. And again, the resistance level is at 2442. Okay. Now, another thing that I want to talk about is natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 3.5. Natural gas was trading, bouncing around about a week ago between 3.6 to 3.1. So we're at 3.5. Intraday, a couple days ago, it was not intraday, after hours, it was trading at 3.8 and then came down pretty precipitously. And now it's stabilized at 3.5. So we're at 3.5 for natural gas. So to take a look at natural gas, you want to look at boil or cold with a K. All right. Boil is the long, cold is the short ETF. Now we're trading, boil is trading at oil is trading at 51.15 right now. 51.15. All right. So there's the resistance level is 51.47. Now Boyle is moving fast, so it's I have to keep on changing these numbers. 51.47 is a resistance level. It's trading at 51.15. The next resistance level, if it breaks the 51.47, is 55.28. Support level is 48.68 and 45.07. So right now it's at 51.20, all right, and it's just below that 51.47. So it most likely will bounce off and then sell down a little bit more and trade about in the 50 range. I wouldn't be surprised that natural gas drops down to 3.4 in the futures market. So take a look at that. But Boyle is you can get whipshawed pretty fast with that ETF. It moves pretty quick. All of a sudden. Now there's another ETF for ones that want to take a look at treasuries, and that is the 7 to 10 year treasury ETF. It's called TYD. TYD is trading at right now 24.37. All right, and we have a resistance level. We have a resistance level at 25.03. And a support level at 24.14. So we're just above that support level. And then if that support level breaks, then we are at a support level at 22.37. So take a look at TYD. That's tied with the 7 to 10 year treasury. Okay, so that's the resistance and the support levels for the different ETFs that I've been mentioning on the show. Right now, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,906. Now, since I've given you a lot of information that you should have wrote down, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. And a great way to help support the work that I do is get the probiotics that I have. These probiotics is a great way to improve your gut biome. And it's a foundational supplement. You help with your gut, also take a multivitamin, you build off of it as your supplement protocol. This probiotic is a powder. This is the one that I take usually for lunch, because I take a lot of different powders, like collagen and gladiator barley and boomer boost and lignans. So I take a lot of different powders and mix them together. So for me, it's easier to take the powder, but I also have it in a veggie cap form. Both are very high quality probiotics. And with taking a probiotic, you're bringing down that inflammation. You're helping your immune system. And what's going to happen is that you're going to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to improve your gut biome. You're going to improve your skin. You're going to improve your hair. You're going to improve your communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to have less brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be less irritable. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and improve your gut biome. Really important. It's a very foundational aspect to improving your health. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5. Get the probiotics. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. With that, let's go to Bloomberg.
KR.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is May 29th. Major stock averages, they're higher, but off the best levels of the session. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they're up right now. That's being led by information technology, home to NDIVIA. They delivered the solid sales forecast, also saying the AI computing market still poised for what they call exponential growth. Real quick, Kohl's reporting better than expected comp sales. We'll have more on that in just a sec. Salesforce raising its annual sales forecast. That suggests that its AI agent product on path to contribute a pretty significant revenue. Now, some of the initial enthusiasm wearing off after that trade court blocked the bulk of President Trump's import tariffs. And Julian Emanuel at Evercore ISI says investors still need to be cautious.
You know, you've got an expensive market with a relatively high degree of uncertainty, and it's not really the time to add to risk in our view.
And right now, the Dow just turned lower, down 26 points. That's a decline of 0.1%. The S&P 500, that's still higher, up just 14 points. But NASDAQ 100, 45 points higher. That is up 0.2%. Buying undies on Victoria's Secret website still apparently isn't working. The retailer
No, I'm kidding.
taking steps to address what they described as a security incident. They stopped some office operations and told employees to avoid using company technology. This disrupted the online shopping website and also some store services. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. Happy Thursday, everybody. We want to take Commonwealth is supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio, bringing to you market drivers, small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn more about their consultative support and technology. It is quite a day. We want to look at some of the stocks on the move. I'm Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney. We're joined now by Denisa Sakova. Let's start with United and JetBlue. This I felt was a fascinating deal. Deal is a loose term.
Yeah, but I think it's definitely a fascinating development. We know there has been a lot of chaos for everyone who has taken a flight from Newark in the last few weeks. But those companies agreed to a partnership that will allow travelers to use their loyalty points and book flights across the two carriers. It's an interesting thing where United will have more exposure to JFK flights, which we know lately it's been a big issue, right? There has been a lot of delays in Newark, a lot of cancellations, but at the same time, this will be a big boost to JetBlue as well. So far, the reaction, we're seeing a bigger reaction in United. United is up about 3%. JetBlue is pretty much flat, although in earlier trading, we saw some excitement there as well. But we know it's been a rough start of the year for the airlines. Those two particular names were down at least 20% heading into those news. And the agreement fulfills the desire of United CEO to kind of help in those difficult times with air control in Newark. That's kind of spreading in other airports as well. Some elements of the venture could begin as early as this fall. So maybe very soon we'll be able to book flights from one company to the other. They're merging their apps and like working together to...
The first thing I thought of when I saw this headline was, ooh, Paul's going to be so happy because now he can use those miles to go to Aruba.
Oh,
Aruba,
wow.
What, isn't that how you do JetBlue? You do JetBlue.
No, I do United to Aruba.
You still do United?
Yeah, I do. I haven't flown. I don't think I've flown on JetBlue, but now maybe I will.
Yeah, you
because now
definitely
there's
will
gonna be
because it's
some-
also sometimes easier and better flights to
I
the
just want
Caribbean.
I just want the runway to be opened up. We need that second big runway to be opened up because now, John, they're flying in on that east-west runway and they go to the Pulaski Bridge. They do a hard right turn and land.
Oh, when you're traveling southbound on the or northbound on the turnpike, it's just like, whoa. You think you're going
There's
to
a
get
plane that's next to me on the road. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
All right.
scary.
What else we got? Elf
We
Beauty.
have
I do not know what this
Elf
is.
Beauty. So
You have to invest in your face.
Yes, this is what you have to do.
Well, it's interesting. So Elf Beauty is kind of a more affordable cosmetics brand, and they're acquiring Hailey Bieber's Rhode beauty brand for $1 billion. So the beauty brand it's very famous for lipsticks, pocket blush, and everything lip treatments. It's a little bit more expensive than what you would expect from Elf Beauty. I think if you go buy a lip balm, it's something in the ranks of like $18. Elf Cosmetics is a little bit cheaper. But obviously this brand has been very popular in social media. We've seen quite a few success stories of all those celebrities, influencers turning a brand into like $1 billion grocery. Yeah, of course.
Who's Hailey Bieber?
Model. She's a model.
She's from the Baldwin family, and she's the wife of Justin Bieber, hence the surname.
Yeah, and she's a model. And you're seeing a lot of stars like make their own
Who's
brand
Justin
now. And
Bieber?
some of them are actually really good. I'm obsessed with Lady Gaga's
it's really
foundation.
good.
Yeah, it's really good. I know.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we're really in the
John, you
right
have
place
to
right now to
invest in your
talk about
face,
this. Always
Yeah.
invest in your face.
Yeah, there is a whole industry there.
All right. Give me something else.
Yeah, let's talk about older brands like Kohl's.
Ooh, did you feel that?
Yes, it reported better than expected comparable sales. A positive sign. It's been obviously there have been so many news about these companies that are not connected with fundamentals or the macro or all those things. The stock is up 11% today. Really big jump. Before that, it was down about 40% year to date. Of course, we had this dramatic exit of the CEO just a few weeks ago because of directing millions of dollars to a business, to a person with whom he had a personal relationship. This has been the fourth CEO that Kohl's had since 2018. A lot of tumult, but some relief today based on earnings.
All right, Denitza, thank you so much. Denitza Sokova, she's covers all the markets for us at Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. A U.S. court has blocked many of President Trump's tariffs on imports from dozens of countries, declaring them illegal and throwing his tariff strategy into turmoil. For more, we're joined by Brendan Murray, global trade editor for Bloomberg News, joining us from London. Brendan, how much of a setback is this to President Trump and his administration's tariff policy?
Well, it depends on the legal expert who you ask. Some of them will tell you that he's run into a brick wall. Others will tell you, and the administration itself says that this is just a bump in the road. So the process is going to play out through appeals. There's going to be some legal proceedings that are going to take place over the coming days that will give us a good sense of where this is going to go. This is President Trump's signature tariff the so-called reciprocal tariffs, a 10% baseline on every country, and as high as 49% on some countries if they don't do a trade deal with him by July 9th. So there's a lot at stake here, but the administration is telling us that they have other options, other authorities that the president can use to put tariffs on specific industry sectors. So the trade wars probably are going from a chaotic, unpredictable sort of style of things playing out to something that's more predictable and probably slower paced.
What does this do, though, to President Trump's leverage with other companies? Because the defense made it very clear this was then a negotiating tactic. And you take that away from the administration, and what is there left to bring other countries to the negotiating table?
Well, he does have these other sectoral tariffs, these industry tariffs, steel, autos, pharmaceuticals are in train. And so there are other ways that he can apply pressure. He could do a number of different things to raise those tariffs. Currently, many of them are around 25%. So there are ways to apply pressure other than just this reciprocal tariff that the court has struck down, at least for now. So the president, as he said, thinks he has all the leverage. But we'll find out with the responses from some of the trading partners who are in talks with the administration. They sound like they're gonna sort of wait and see how things play out, which is code for we're in no hurry. So and they're not feeling the pressure, particularly now that this court has ruled the way it has.
Brendan, is the expectation here that this thing will eventually get to the Supreme Court?
There's certainly some sense. It could go either way. I don't know if a coin flip is the right way to put it, but there's you can find people, as I said, who think there's no way they're going to win this on appeal, and we heard the administration and their legal experts saying we think we got a good chance to win the appeal. So it's beyond my legal expertise to understand how this is going to play out, but it's definitely going to already fast-paced and interesting trade story at the top of the page.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Brendan, thanks a lot. Brendan Murray, global trade editor over at Bloomberg News, joining us from London. What's also interesting is what it does to the budget deficit, because the trade revenue was key. The budget deficit was still sort of blown out and people were worried about it. Now you put this in there, and then TBD, how do you raise that specific revenue?
And the court ruling, which is 45 pages long, gives a great history of the tariffs and what they're supposed to make up for and what they're intended for.
Did you read it?
I read about 20 pages, yes. It's very well written too.
Well, Tom was reading it during a surveillance, so he had it out. He was making notes and everything, so it's probably a good read there.
All right, well, coming up, we are going to go to Odessa, Texas. Michael McKee is there reporting on the ground.
All right, so while they are on break, maybe we will go to Al Jazeera here. Let's listen in.
I'll get to President Trump's crackdown on higher education. Patty Culhane is there to get a sense of what's happening.
Graduation week at the nation's most prestigious university. Smiles and ceremonies marking the milestone for many. Years of academic work leading to a coveted degree. But these celebrations are different than they expected, as U.S. President Donald Trump moves to make sure that for the next year's graduating class, Americans will be the only ones wearing the caps and gowns. Stefan Poianini is graduating with his doctorate in molecular biology. He's hearing from his friends yet to graduate.
They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know what their life is going to be like in the next couple of months. They don't know what their research is going to be like. A number of them are out of the country. They don't know if they can come back.
U.S. President Donald Trump defending the move.
We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be.
Contradicting his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who issued a statement writing, "The reason is because foreign officials demand that American tech platforms adopt global content moderation policies. If this ban continues, it will have broad consequences." And it's not just Harvard. According to the Association of International Educators, the previous school year, there were more than 1.1 million foreign students studying at U.S. universities, bringing in more than $44 billion and supporting more than 375,000 jobs. But here at Harvard, some students say they believe the real reason to quash all dissent and invoke a feeling of fear.
He's shown that it's not just students, it's anyone coming into the country. If he sees them as a threat or against his administration, he sees that as a reason not to let them in. So a lot of students are rightly feeling scared that if they speak up, they might get, taken out of the country for a few years, and they've already sacrificed so much to be here.
This fight now goes to the courts. The main question next year, who will decide who gets to be here to graduate, the U.S. president or the people who have run this independent university for the last 388 years? Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Elon Musk, who helped bankroll US President Donald Trump's second run for the White House, has left the administration. He'd become a polarizing figure as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. That department will continue its work without him. Riley Carlson reports.
He was one of Donald Trump's most prominent campaign supporters and a leading influence inside the White House. Now, Elon Musk, the billionaire turned budget cutter, is out, posting on social media that his time as a special government employee is ending. It's been a tumultuous ride. He took a figurative chainsaw to the federal books as head of the Department of Government Efficiency, the agency slashing tens of thousands of federal jobs within weeks. Musk soon became the focus of protests.
He's an absolutely unelected official.
Heaven forbid an American citizen that has lots of money, that has employed lots of people, try to cut overspending by the government. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. Let's talk about Max 35, Max 14, and Cleanse. So with Max 14 is a liquid that's 14 parts per million, structural nanosilver. Cleanse is 30 parts per million, and Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Now, I take a teaspoon a day, every day. Swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and swallow. What's going to happen is that you're improving your immune system. Very important. Now, I have it at different price points based on its parts per million, but take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, gargle, 20 seconds or so, swallow it. And guess what? You do that every day and you're improving your immune system, you're improving your oral cavity, you're improving your oral pharynx and the epithelial lining and the mucosal barrier. And when you do that, you're mitigating problems. All right, so do that every day, but especially during the allergy season, if you have poor air quality, or during the cold season. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver liquids. Now, I also have structural nanosilver soaps, very high quality soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, in lemongrass, and also in lavender and peppermint. So get these structural nanosilver soaps. Get a few bars for your household. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right. So let's go back to Bloomberg here. But before we do, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,907. So it's having a hard time maintaining its early session gains. Right now, it's at 19 points higher than yesterday.
I think the market's likely to stay pretty volatile. While we've round tripped the tariff-induced losses in April, By no means are we out of the woods, just in terms of the uncertainty that still remains in terms of what trade policy is going to look like a month or 2 or 3 from now. And so, days like today where you have really strong earnings reports after the close, from NVIDIA kind of carrying the open higher and then kind of whipsawing back down, I think are kind of par for the course as we kind of think through kind of how markets should behave from now to the end of the year, just given the uncertainty that still remains.
So when it comes to NVIDIA, is this the ballast that we are all hoping for? Like, does that really help unleash animal spirits, or is that just confirmation that everything's okay, but that's harder for upside?
For NVIDIA specifically, I think what's unusual about the setup into the print was, this was one of these times where, NVIDIA was somewhat cheap relative to expectations. And so it comes into question whether or not the buy side and sell side were mismatched in terms of where those expectations sat. And just to kind of get into it a little bit deeper, back in April, NVIDIA traded south of $100 a share. And if you believe kind of the base case that a lot of sell side shops are pitching, we're talking $6 plus per share in calendar year 2026 in terms of earnings per share. That makes NVIDIA a sub S&P 500 multiple name. And, that's where kind of the stock was heading into the print. Of course, it kind of rebounded with the rest of the market in April. But, NVIDIA had historically always traded 35, 40 times forward earnings, and it was sub 20. And so, this has just been a little bit of a sigh of relief if you're an NVIDIA shareholder, that the growth story is still intact, and some of the concerns about supply chains and being able to really ramp up, rack scale Blackwell systems in the back half of this year seem to be in the rearview mirror.
Tech broadly defined here, can tech continue to be a leader in this market?
Well, if NVIDIA doesn't work within tech, what else is really going to work within tech? So semiconductors, how about we just kind of keep it to that kind of industry? Look, how many companies can you point to that have to sacrifice $10.5 billion worth of high margin revenue over 2 quarters? Year-to-date and 1-year basis? There's not a whole lot of them, and NVIDIA is the only one that I can think of that's been able to clear that hurdle. But I think if we kind of also think about the setup into the quarter, you kind of clearing some of the China uncertainty by just kind of removing the revenue piece altogether for them specifically. That's not the case for the rest of technology. There's still tariff-related concerns for a lot of other names within tech. NVIDIA is just kind of already kind of past that, and we'll probably have to see some others also pass that into the future.
So we got this trade ruling, and then we got NVIDIA. Does this clear the runway for the S&P to now test again record highs, or is it too early to call that?
I think it's too early to necessarily, believe that, the trade-related and tariff-related fears are behind us. While a lot of the tariffs were rescinded via the court order last night, there are other avenues to restoring those tariff levels, whether we're talking about Section 272, which is still in front of us, or some other of the authorities that the president has to restore the tariff levels country by country. So, that uncertainty, from my perspective, still remains. And so, the runway from here, I think, is really just a function of kind of how the labor market holds in. We see sentiment data really bounce around quite a bit, with the consumer, with, the April 2nd announcement kind of really plunging consumer and business confidence, but then it's starting to ramp back up a little bit. But during the interim period, if we're looking at the April credit card data, or what we've seen from the Chase card data in the weeks of May, that, sour sentiment on the consumer level hasn't really translated to changing spending behavior. In fact, it's kind of been a little bit better than expected, and at least in line with trend level growth that we saw earlier in this year. And so while consumers are telling us that, they're anxious about kind of the outlook, that isn't affecting their behavior. And that's ultimately what drives earnings.
All right, good stuff. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Matt. Matt Stuckey, Vice President, Chief Portfolio Manager of Equities at Northwestern Mutual. All right, let's get to my partner in crime, Michael McKee, Bloomberg National Economics and Policy Correspondent. We are working on something for Wall Street Week, David Weston's show, where we deal with the drop in energy prices and the drop in gasoline prices, and is that sustainable, and what does that mean for the economy? So for Mike's part, he is now down in Odessa, Texas, and yeah, we'll get to the stuff that happened today at 8:30 in a second. Hey, but Mike, you're in my kind of town. Like, did you see that one highway where like everything goes through from the Permian and back, the oil rigs and back?
Yeah, when you leave the airport, you are quickly reminded that you are in oil country here, especially shale country. There are drilling rigs everywhere, and of course, lots with stored up equipment to use. But it kind of also tells the story that even though gasoline prices are going down because oil prices are so low, it may be time for the producers here to cut back. And we had an announcement today that Chevron is going to cut 800 workers in July from their payrolls here in the Midland, Odessa area. And that's a sign that maybe people are starting to think about how this is going to change life here in the Permian. And you notice how I tied that to jobless claims, sort of.
All right, well, let's go to the jobless claims real quickly here. At 240 print, consensus was 230. Last month was revised down to 226. Is 240 a number that gets your attention, Mike?
It makes you take a second look, but it's not high enough yet to think that anybody's going to be too worried about it. Over the last 2 months, we've had a couple of weeks where claims have gone to 240,000 and then fallen right back down. We're also in a period of time when it is a little more difficult to seasonally adjust. Ever since the pandemic, the months of the late spring, early summer have shown higher than usual jobless claims, and then they fall back. So does it mean that we're starting to see the effects of tariffs, et cetera, or is it just a statistical quirk? That's what the Fed will have to figure out. And so they're going to want to see a number of more weeks before they start worrying about anything.
What did we learn from the second quarter read of GDP? Sorry, the second read of first quarter GDP.
Yeah. It was interesting, Alex, because your last guest was talking about how people had not really cut back on spending, but apparently they had been spending less than we thought. Because while overall GDP was revised to a negative 0.2%, a 0.1% better than the initial release, personal consumption was revised down to 1.2% from 1.8%. So a significant drop in what people spent in the first quarter from the original report. And that is not necessarily going to be good news going forward into this quarter. Now, we're most of the way through the quarter, and we're only now just getting some of the data from it. We will get the consumer spending numbers for April, the first month of the quarter, tomorrow. So we don't know yet for sure if people have cut back enough significantly to put the economy close to recession. But it's not good news to see people not spending money.
Mike, for lunch or dinner today, I recommend Rosa's Cafe and Tortilla Factory. It looks like a winner there in Odessa. But Mike, I mean, you got WTI crude oil at $60. The people there got to be getting nervous because I keep hearing about a cost of production that's pretty darn close to $60.
Well, 61, 2, 3, up to 65 is break even, and that's break even. That's not even making a profit. We've got a surplus in oil right now, and so the oil companies are cutting back. They have closed down some drilling rigs. The rig count has fallen back. And what people here are worried about is we see a rerun of 2015 when oil prices just collapsed. And so did the economy here because everybody gets laid off, and it takes a while to recover from that. This area is totally built and runs on energy, on oil and gas drilling. So there's going to be a lot of people watching the oil markets very closely.
And to Al explain that 2014, that was when Saudi Arabia wanted to try and basically put U.S. shale out of business and really help tank the industry. Oil prices went to like 26, gasoline prices went to $1.70. It was pretty brutal for the industry. You could make the argument, though, that companies are in a much better spot today. The balance sheets are better, and the companies in the Permian are bigger. So they have different assets, so they can manage and weather this kind of storm. They don't like it, but they can weather it. My Alex Blaine is now done
The
for the
margarita,
day.
Mexican food looks awesome too. I'm looking, I mean, there's so many good spots in Odessa.
Paul's jealous now that he didn't go.
Yeah.
I'm jealous that I didn't go. We tried to make it work where we both be there and it didn't happen. All right, Mike, good luck. Have fun reporting. Can't wait to hear the great stuff that you bring back. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy.
My take is that because there's such a break-even point in the United States for $60 a barrel for the less efficient wells for companies, that if it trades below 60 for, I don't know, a couple months or so, you're going to hear wells being capped. And further wells will be capped at $55 a barrel. And then a lot of wells will be capped at $50 a barrel in the United States. Now, it can't maintain that for very long. And then it comes back up because there's this negative feedback loop. They shut down the wells, inventories start to burn down, and then all of a sudden you need to start, you have a high cost for WTI futures. And then oil wells open up again. So this is the reason why $54 a barrel is a major support level. But it doesn't stay in the 40 handle or the 50 handle for very long. So $54 a barrel is a very strong support level. So it's not going to stay in that below 60, in between 60 and 55 for very long. So that's a perfect opportunity to buy and accumulate shares. And that's why I keep on looking at the UCO. Now, I'm just doing buy, sell multiple times. All right. And I'm looking at as this is cycling, like almost like a swing trade kind of situation. The way I'm seeing this is that when you're in a 60 handle, the lower the better, buy, and then sell at a high 62 handle or a low 63 handle. And you're making money. All right. So right now oil is trading at 60.87. This is time to buy. This morning I bought shares in oil. All right. So that's my take on it. And if it goes down even more, buy more shares. Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is a dual purpose product. It's a powder. You take it every day, take a full scooper, mix it with soft foods, with filtered water, a smoothie, or milk. Some people even put it in coffee. But take it every day. It has a very comprehensive amino acid profile that you can take a look at the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take it every day. Take a full scooper, and it's going to help with your skin, your nails, your hair, but also your musculature, your bones, your joints, your cartilage. Really important. So please go to my store, get the collagen. If you stack it also with the vitamin C and magnesium that I have, and you drink filtered water, about 32 to 64 ounces throughout the day, what you're going to do is you're going to cross-link the collagen with the vitamin C and improve your dermal layer. That means that your skin improves. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the collagen. Very important for your health. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have developed these deodorants that are dual purpose for males and females. These deodorants you use as a deodorant every day, but it'll help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, no aluminum, no baking soda, all natural. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females, helps to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Very high quality, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Use discount 5 on any order, and you get $5 off. Now, let's talk about BITO. BITO is the ETF for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's been trading at about 107 today. And like I said, there is a support level at 2250 for BITO. That's the ETF to Bitcoin. Now, in the intraday trading, it went below it. It started trading at 22.4. That's the low point, and it's bounced off. So right now, BITO is testing the support level of 2250. All right. If it closes today below that, then it has failed. All right. And most likely, we're going to probably see a little bit of further selling in Bitcoin. All right. Now, that's probably in line with the S&P 500 having a problem above the 5,900 mark. So because the S&P 500 is having a positive correlation with BITO. All right. There's a positive correlation there. So if 5,907, we're having a problem, right? Now we're still 18 points, 19 points up for the day for the S&P 500, but we could go negative, right? It's possible, but it opened up at 5,943. So it's having a hard time staying above that 5,950 mark. It's a major support, a major resistance level. So if the S&P 500 does sell off, I definitely think that BITO is going to break the 2250 support level and come down. So that would mean that the next support level for BITO would be 2148. So just keep that in mind. Bitcoin is having a hard time getting to the 110. The S&P 500 is having a hard time getting above the 5,950. And BITO is having a hard time staying above the 2250 mark. Okay, let's go to Bloomberg.
Positive earnings report. Shares of NVIDIA right now, they are up 4.4% and one of the best performing stocks in the S&P 500. Best Buy, the worst performing stock in the index, down over 8%. They reduced the annual guidance. Projections now reflecting an assumption that tariffs will stay at current levels for the rest of the year. Shares of HP Inc. Dropping as much as 5%. The company issuing a weak profit outlook. They cut the annual earnings forecast, and they're pointing toward weaker economy and continuing impact from tariffs against China. Meantime, Timothy Moe at Goldman Sachs, he reacted to the court decision that blocked the Trump tariffs.
This might be considered a body blow, but it's not the final rendering. And specifically, there are a number of other substitute acts that the Trump administration could employ to maintain tariffs.
Right now, the S&P 500, 18 points higher. That's up 0.3% at 5907. The Dow is up just 10 points right now. The NASDAQ 100 up 76 points, and that is a rise of 0.4%. 30-year yield, haven't done that today. Down just about 2 basis points, 4.95 the yield right now. You're mentioning oil. Wildfires in Alberta's oil sands region threatening about 4% of Canada's crude output. 25 out-of-control fires burning in that province. Canada is the 4th biggest oil producer.
So U.S. is the first, and the Saudis.
I don't know who's third. South America somewhere.
I don't know who the third is.
Anybody?
No. Maybe
Bueller?
Guyana? Is it going to be Guyana now? Anyway, yes, the wildfires are bad. Also, Kazakhstan is saying it's going to keep producing oil.
We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, John. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. We also love to check in with our next guest. So the ticker is AMSC. It's American Superconductor. So it sounds like you want to make it like a semiconductor company, but it's not. It's a power equipment company, and it has a really good read into the demand in the United States, as well as what the hyperscalers, what the technology industry is actually asking for, plus a view on all the executive orders when it comes to energy, as well as that House bill. So he's a great person to check in with. Daniel McGann is the CEO of AMSC. So you had a relatively strong quarter. You're looking at total revenue grew over 50% year over year to over $222 million. You also ended your fiscal year with over $85 million in cash, and your backlog also grew. What led the growth?
Yeah, it was a record quarter for us. And it's great to be back and to see you guys. A couple things are really changing in our business. So our business is very much different today than even was a year ago. So we're starting to see some of the ramp in semiconductor coming from some of the themes you were just talking about. And we're benefiting from them. They need a high degree of quality power, particularly in this country, but it's global as well. So as we move more to AI and more to data centers, you need more chips, you need more electricity to be able to power all those. And we're starting to benefit from that. And then kind of the new news for us is we're pivoting a bit in energy. So we've been known as a renewable energy company, and a lot of our key customers are now pushing us to provide power equipment for traditional energy. So this move and kind of what you're talking about in Canada and what's happening in the US, that there's an increase in demand coming. There's a large investment coming in more capacity. Much of the tooling in that capacity requires power, and power from the grid that's hard to get and hard to be able to control. And that's where we're being pushed by our customers to start to go into that market. So that's also, we think, going to transpire into growth here in the relatively near term for the company.
Your grid business revenue grew by 60% year over year. What is the grid business? How do you explain that?
So we basically power equipment on the grid that's going to connect, either that's going to bring generation on or to manage consumption off of the grid, particularly at an industrial scale. So large scale generation, large scale consumption. Think of it as you're buffering, you're modulating, you're trying to take the electricity from one form factor and put it into one that either the equipment or the grid needs. Sometimes equipment can cause problems back on the grid. So things that are the equivalent of kind of like large circuit breakers or things like that. Not exactly, but as an analogy, that's kind of what we do. We're modulating the volatility of the power that's induced by certain types of generation and certain types of consumption.
You mentioned your customers are asking more for traditional energy. What does that mean?
So as they build out the infrastructure to build pipelines or to be able to bring resources to bear and to process them, those all are processes that are electrical dependent. Mm-hmm. And the equipment that we use to connect a semiconductor fab is no different than the equipment that we would use to drive a pump or a motor that's going to move a pipeline, right? So it's how do you provide resilient, high degree of controlled power to those places. Almost everything we do, be it on the military or the grid side, we operate in a very hardened environment. It has to be physically, electrically robust, well-designed, well-packaged, very small type form factor. That's where we excel. That's where our technology really leads us. And that seems to be applicable as well to traditional energy. It's not a market that we looked at in the past. We find some of our key customers, which are really engineering, procurement, construction companies, saying, can you help us in this area? We see a lot of our investment going here. We've had a great experience with your company and your product on some other project, say a chemical plant or even a renewable plant. Can you bring what you have to bear in this other market? So it opens up a whole other opportunity for us. We're just trying to explore what it means for the company. But I think it definitely signals that growth should continue to come here over the relatively near term even.
When we talk about the growing need for energy, are you in the camp that we kind of need everything, all of the above, whether it's gas, natural gas, or some of the renewables and maybe even nuclear? I don't know. Are you in that camp that says, hey, our demand is such that we kind of need everything?
Yeah, when you look at base load versus you look at peak load, you look at where load is, you're going to need a diversity of feedstock. We're still very much involved in renewables, but it's an India and Europe, right? So one of the things I think that's misunderstood about our company is we don't do a ton in the US in renewables. We never really have. We really focused in Europe. We really focused India there because the long-term policy is still present to drive that, right? Okay. We're going to try to take the business to where the market's going. This administration has a direction, let's say, to think about reshoring manufacturing, which would benefit us. We try to take advantage of those things in the market.
The administration's also made it clear that solar's out, nuclear's in, and expanding coal plants, maybe not new coal plants, but expanding coal plants is also in. How does that, what are you noticing?
So we have technology that we see that's being asked for now as those projects start to evolve, where they need high degree of power. We also have a power product that helps with the effluent from power plants. So this is something that's new. So the negative impact of what's going to come out of the plant. How do you reduce that load? So if you think of kind of total carbon type equations like we used to start thinking about decarbonization, I think where you're headed is, yes, there's going to be energy from a lot of different sources. How do we make it more efficient? How do we make it more effective? And how do we make everything as clean as we possibly can? Efficiency and being clean kind of go hand in hand.
John Tucker and I both read the book, The Grid. We consider ourselves experts, but how is the U.S. grid today? Would you give a grade of a B, a C?
Well, it depends on who you are and what you're trying to do with it. I think we're trying to ask the grid things that's just fundamentally not designed yet to do. We're trying to move power back and forth as opposed to just in one direction. We're locating things like data centers in areas where hopefully there's a high degree of infrastructure that exists, but it's not yet quite at the level it needs to be able to bring those loads on. So it used to be a lot about gentrification in cities and urban demand, but now you're seeing kind of spiraling and sprawled by industry, by data, and by chips. Now you have to think about the grid in a different way. So I think there's always this fundamental problem with electricity is when there's a change in the world where the demand or the generation is going to take place, you have to redesign and evolve the grid. And that's really, we try to come in and be at the center of that is how do we make the existing system work better without having to redesign everything?
Makes sense to me. And then there's Texas with their own grid.
Right.
They do.
And that is a whole different situation evolving. Hey, Daniel, really great stuff. Super appreciate it. We love catching up with you. Daniel McGann is AMSC CEO.
Let me do just a read of the latest news here, and that's on the feed. Rise in recurring jobless claims signals higher U.S. unemployment. Wildfires in Alberta pose growing threat to Canada's oil output. Northrop Grumman invests in defense-focused space startup. IMF approves $500 million in Ukraine payment as peace talks stall. Aishiba calls Trump to talk tariffs, touts deeper understanding. Aishiba is the Prime Minister of Japan. Santander weighs crypto push with early stage stable coin plans. Cocoa extends drop as U.S. tariff ruling improve crop prospects. And South Africa Central Bank touts benefits of cutting CPI goal to 3%. All right, so that's the breaking news that's happening there. And let's listen in on NVIDIA CEO talking about the AI.
These things are all coming together. And so it is fair to say that some of that additional supply on Blackwell and the demand for Blackwell kind of made up for the opportunity lost in China, at least in the outlook for this current period?
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, you just can't underestimate the importance of the China market. This is the second largest AI market. This is the home of the world's largest population of AI researchers. And we want all of the world's AI researchers and all of the world's developers to be building on American stacks. And so, you know, irrespective of the near-term revenue success that we have, we can't ignore the fact that the Chinese market is very important.
You explained, again, in some detail, that at least in the Hopper architecture, you have engineered down to the lowest spec possible. It's not possible. Different with Hopper for the Chinese market. But in your consideration for a different architecture or a chip for the Chinese market, is that what we're talking about, a new design or new class? And have you made that proposal to the administration, just designing from the ground up a new chip?
We're still thinking through that. They're just the limitations are quite stringent, quite limited, if you will. H20 is you know, as far down as we could take a Hopper. We don't know how to make it even less, and so that's really the limit. So there are main, you know, the limitations are quite stringent. So we have to really think through it. Whatever we make ultimately has to add value to the market.
All right, that was NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang speaking with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. NVIDIA reporting results last night after the close. Pretty solid numbers, folks, despite some of the concerns coming out of China, which they quantified on a quarterly basis. Stocks up about 5% here today, and it's been up about 5% year to date, so we take note of that. Mandeep Singh joins us. He's a senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I mean, Mandeep, you could make the call. This is a really good quarter, even especially accounting for the challenges in China. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, look, I think anytime a company that loses 20% revenue, I mean, China was 20% of its revenue up until a couple of quarters back, and chances are it's going to go to zero.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And still they are able to beat their numbers and actually meet the guidance for next quarter. That tells you they have different levers to pull. The demand is really off the charts, and that's why the stock price is up. I mean, clearly they missed on their EPS number.
My take on NVIDIA, it's going to continue to go up. But the thing is, right when desktop computation becomes more prevalent for training the AI model, that the same problems that took place with the Unix box hardware companies like Sun and Silicon Graphics back in the 90s, they were very popular, and then all of a sudden they crashed. Or Cray Computer, for example, which was a supercomputer that was bought by Silicon Graphics. Silicon Graphics and the Unix boxes, Sun Microsystems, they were super important hardware companies back in the 90s, especially in engineering, all right? Because they had the computational power to make and design and do these simulations and run this high-end software. But once desktop computers, personal PC, you know, the personal computer, the PCs, especially with the Mac, became more prevalent, and they were working on the Unix kernel, which is what X is, the X operating system, the OS for Apple. Silicon Graphics and these Unix boxes, the need for them went away. And these higher powered desktop systems or server farms that are more local for a large company, like Ford has their own, you know, Ford has a large server farm, right? So when these companies started to produce computation on the desktop or in a local node with servers for their application, they didn't need a supercomputer because the supercomputer became slower than what the actual technology on your desktop or, you know, in a local server farm provided. All right. So, like, for example, a PC back in 1994 did not have the computational power as a Unix box. But a PC today has way more computational power than those high-end Unix boxes in the 90s. So beware. We've seen this story before. Hardware companies are at the penultimum of the market, in market cap and in need, right? With especially in engineering. And then all of a sudden, the cost of the chips go down, the computational power increases at a much more affordable level, and a computational power with a $5,000 Mac is very impressive. You can get a $20,000 Mac, iMac. All right, that's even more impressive. All right, but the point here is that the computational power is going to come to the desktop, or at the very least, local nodes that you don't need gigantic server farms to train LLMs. Now, LLMs are actually training the LLM. The way the LLM models work to train them is very inefficient. When computer scientists figure out ways to make it more efficient, maybe even mimic the way the brain works, because the way the LLMs are working right now, my understanding is that they're using neural networks, but it's not similar to the way the human brain works. But let's just say that they find ways to make it more efficient. When they make it more efficient, you won't need as large of these chips. You won't need NVIDIA anymore. NVIDIA is walking into the same, now you don't see it right now, but NVIDIA is walking into the same potential fall as Cray Computer and Silicon Graphics back in the 90s. They were at the top of their game. There wasn't anything better. And then all of a sudden, computational power became cheaper. And desktops started. So there's going to be a time in the near future, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, don't know, but where you will stack Mac Minis in maybe 20 of them, and it'll have the same, it'll have the capability because of more efficient software and more efficient hardware to be able to train an LLM for your company instead of needing to piggyback a cloud server. So there's going to be lots of money to be made in the next 5 years in this cloud server and the chip building and all this stuff. So NVIDIA will be very profitable for probably the next 5 years. But once the computational efficiency and price can be brought down to the desktop level, or at the very least local nodes for server farms where they're much smaller, NVIDIA is going to lose out, because what's going to happen is they're going to slowly not be able to sell to these large server farms, because these large server farms are no longer going to be needed. They're going to be smaller, right? So I feel as though the trap for Cray Computer and for Silicon Graphics, they are moving towards that same trap. Top of their game, and then all of a sudden, the cost of computation went down. So with training these AI models, two things have to happen for you actually seeing the fall of NVIDIA. And that is cheaper chips, being able to stack them with these minis. Now, if you notice that mini PCs are starting to become a little bit more popular, Mac Studio, Mac Minis, being able to create an array to be able to train these models. And you start creating software that thinks more like a quantum computer, like almost like quantum computation, right? You can do quantum computation without a quantum computer, right? These are two different concepts. Now you can do quantum computation on a quantum computer, but the thing is that you can do serial computation, you can do parallel computation, right? But there's such a thing as quantum computation. Well, what happens when you start training models in quantum computation? It's more efficient. Our brain works in a quantum way. So if you find ways in software development and in hardware development that is more efficient and in a smaller package, it's not out of the realm of possibility, based on historical precedents, to actually see that NVIDIA will fall. But it's not now. It's not now. No one would have thought that Intel would fall and lose huge market share to NVIDIA. And it's possible that maybe Intel rises up from the ashes and will be a major competitor to NVIDIA. Who knows? No one really knows. But the thing is that it's not a foregone conclusion that NVIDIA won't fall from these super valuation highs, because the same thing happened, or something similar happened with these Unix boxes and these supercomputers like Cray Computer. No one hears about Cray Computer anymore. Cray Computer was a supercomputer that had some difficulty, was bought by Silicon Graphics, and the whole idea was that you're going to have large corporations needing to do these high-end computations for protein folding and for drug discovery and for pharmaceuticals and for automotive and all this stuff. But what happened was that desktop computation radically costs less. And when it radically costs less, you can create these cores. You stack the cores and boom, you're training your models. Now, these valuations with NVIDIA is based on inefficient model training. But when there's efficient model training, an efficient chip design, an efficient energy usage, NVIDIA is going to fall. And the test was what was going on with DeepSeek. Now, maybe DeepSeek is a CCP counterintelligence thing that's going on, who knows? But once you can change the way the models are trained and they're more efficient, and you don't need as many servers to train the model, you can see that over time it's going to become more of what used to take 10 acres of servers to train a model is going to be on your desktop. Now, maybe it takes 10 years, maybe it takes 20 years. But the thing is that NVIDIA will fall when that happens, because it's based on the assumption that that you need lots of these servers with their chips. But once companies that are competing with them, or maybe even they make the chip, can make a chip where instead of taking 1,000 nodes, just imagine, let's say they have 10,000 servers, 10,000 server nodes, and they can create a chip, right? So where it condenses those 10,000 servers into one chip, all right? And you have multiple chips within a computer, desktop computer. So you have a server farm of 10,000, like today, to train a model, let's say. But in the future, you're going to be able to shrink that chip. So 10,000 server nodes is one chip. And you can have multiple chips now on the desktop. So now you have maybe 30,000 nodes to train a model. All right? I'm just using these numbers as an example. And it's because it's a smaller chip, and it's more efficient, and the software to train the models are more efficient. It's not just hardware, but it's also the software. The way they train these models is super inefficient. But once that efficiency starts to take hold, then you're going to be training these models on desktops, and you won't need the server farms. You'll need them now, just like you needed Cray Computer back in the 90s. You don't need Cray Computer now. The computational power on a Mac far exceeds what was going on with very high-end computers at the corporate level. So in the future, NVIDIA is going to have to make sure that they wean off of the server farms and create chips that are more efficient, that are smaller, that fit on desktops. Now, that's going to be difficult for them because you're going to have Apple and Microsoft and Google that are making their own chips internally. So most likely NVIDIA is not going to be the key player when these chips start to get smaller. It's going to be the chip suppliers that are aligned with in-house development, like at Apple or at Microsoft. Or Intel finds a way to be a first mover, get first mover advantage at the desktop level for LLM chips to train the models. So, but I see this not right now. NVIDIA is definitely the leader in this, and it's going to be a leader in this for a few years. But once you don't need the server farm, once the models become more efficient in training, that software becomes more efficient, and those chips become more efficient, and it's going to move to the desktop. It's not a foregone conclusion that NVIDIA is going to have the market share. Intel could come back, or better yet, in-house development of chips at Apple with their A chip, whatever number they're on, or Google is doing their own chips. So it's almost like the curse of Silicon Graphics and Cray Computer starting to emerge with NVIDIA off in the distance. But the hint of it was that major sell-off in NVIDIA when DeepSeek came out, because the major worry from DeepSeek, if it was true, was, well, wait a minute, do you need a large server farm to train these models or not? And the answer is, you don't in the future, because these models are inefficient for the training. And when you, and if you train the models with better efficiency, it's more aligned with the way the brain works. And maybe these models are trained in a quantum way. You're going to use less energy, and they have a smaller footprint. And NVIDIA most likely will follow after that. All right. I'm starting to see in the natural gas market, it's trading at 3.455. So we've been looking at Boyle as a ETF for natural gas. And like I said, natural gas moves fast. You know, it's like it just sits there, and then all of a sudden it moves. So Boyle ETF is now trading at 48.59. So it's lost 5.47. And it broke a support level. So with Boyle now, so again, 48.59 is what it's trading at, and that coincides with a 3.44 for natural gas. Now, Boyle support level it broke the support level of 48.68. So the next support level is 45.07. So there's definitely some major moves going on in natural gas here. Okay, so just to recap, it broke the 48.68 support level, and it is now going to be, the next support level is 45.07. And we have a resistance level now at 48.68 if it closed below that in the New York session. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your brain function. Magnesium is very important for brain function. Magnesium also helps the efficacy of vitamin D3. And vitamin C and magnesium will help with your immune system. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water. Also take magnesium and zinc. Magnesium helps with the brain function and your immune system, and zinc is very beneficial for your immune system. Take it every day. You can stack them together to help with your immune system and your brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Solution of this drama, Janet Lauren, higher education finance reporter, joins us now from Bloomberg. I didn't think you probably didn't think you'd be this busy in this particular way. All right, what's the latest?
Well, the latest, right now commencement is going on.
Oh, okay.
So that's.
I wonder who the speaker is this year.
Yesterday, I believe it for the class day, it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the undergraduates.
Ah, cool.
So, it's, this should be in some ways a really happy celebratory time for Harvard, which it is, and especially for students and their parents and their grandparents who've all come. But just like last year, there is a palpable tension at Harvard around graduation. Last year, the question of protests, what was going to happen. An animal rights activist threw glitter on President Alan Garber during the ceremony. And today, there is also a very palpable tension, but it's a very different one, especially with international students, because it's unclear what their fate is. It appeared that yesterday the State Department has perhaps widened that ban on visas regarding all those with Chinese affiliations at Harvard. Things keep changing. It's hard to keep track on what's actually happening, but today, should be a happy day for the students at Harvard.
Harvard, it just feels, again, I have zero affiliation with Harvard. They're being targeted here by this administration vis-a-vis other Ivy League schools or do we know why?
Well, Harvard is the biggest prize out there. It's, we've talked about this before. It's the oldest university in America. It predates the country. It's the richest school with a $53 billion endowment. And in some ways, it's more symbolic. What else, if you want to make a point, everybody in the world knows the brand of Harvard. Very powerful, almost in some ways like a luxury. Yesterday, President Trump talked in the Oval Office about Harvard should cap the number of foreign students at 15%. It's more like 27% now. And I think that number is surprising to a lot of people that these campuses have, almost more than a quarter of the students are from other countries.
Well, to that point, there is a headline that the Harvard case judge is now expanding the block of President Trump's foreign student ban. Does that imply that more foreign students get a stay are allowed to sort of stay at Harvard or apply to be at Harvard?
Well, keep in mind that just because the judge has blocked something doesn't mean if you're a student, you're going to be making decisions based on what's going to happen over the next 2 years or 4 years. And you want to be able to stay and complete your education and not have to think, oh my God, I have to transfer. I have to find a place that has an open spot and would take me.
With my affiliation with Duke University, I saw this at the board level, the first Trump administration, and now again, it's happened. The exact same thing is happening now. They're seeing a drop in applications and interest from foreign students because they just don't know what the situation is going to be a week from now, a year from now, 3 years from now. All they know is,
all right, so why don't you bring in domestic students then? It's not a big deal. It's this idea that we should be training foreign students, and it's a right. No, it's a privilege.
The whole, I guess, panoply of what's going on.
Well, Harvard has already filed 2 lawsuits. The first one was in April in response to a letter that the administration made lots of demands, and Harvard doesn't disagree with some of the things the government is asking for, but it does disagree in the way that it is going about it. So Harvard also has to feel like it's supporting its constituency, the students. They have to show that they're supporting the students. And I think in some ways the Harvard faculty has never felt more unified. It's, there's lots of different factions there. Certainly the humanities faculty are not going to agree with some things that the science faculty and priorities. But in some ways this has unified them and perhaps alumni because they see somebody is standing up to Trump, and Harvard is, a very rich entity.
Janet, fascinating. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you more in the future regarding this and other topics.
It is galvanizing the student body and the faculty and the alumni. But the thing is that there's a small group that are conservative. They're pissed off on what's going on at the university. And you got a bunch of snot-nosed kids wagging the dog. And this is what happens: is that you had a woke student body and a woke faculty that ended up in the end potentially causing $6 billion loss for Harvard because of a woke agenda. All right. With that said, let's go to live now here.
Notice of intent on Wednesday to withdraw the school's certification under a federal program to enroll non-U.S. students. The Justice Department filed the notice in court ahead of a hearing before U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs that was over in Boston. We showed you a live image from there a short time ago over whether to extend a temporary order blocking President Trump's administration from revoking the Ivy League school's right to host international students, citing the potential for Harvard and its students to be harmed if the administration reverted to its earlier plans. Burroughs at the hearing said she planned to issue a broad preliminary injunction preserving the status quo while the newly announced administrative process plays out. Harvard had argued that the revoking of the situation there violated its free speech and due process rights under the U.S. Constitution. In addition, Harvard contended that the revocation failed to comply with DHS regulations. Those regulations required providing at least 30 days to challenge the agency's allegations and giving Harvard an opportunity to pursue an administrative appeal. We do have this post that came in right here. This is from Christy Nome, and I do want to pop it up on your screen here so you can see, because she has that letter of intent that is right there on your screen as well. I'm going to read what she posted as she said, Harvard's refusal to comply with SEVP oversight was the latest evidence that it disdains the American people and takes for granted U.S. taxpayer benefits. Following our letter to Harvard, the school attempted to claim it now wishes to comply with SEVP standards. We continue to reject Harvard's repeated pattern of endangering its students and spreading American hate. It must change its ways in order to take part in American programs. Again, that is a post here that came in from Secretary Kristi Noem and Security Department a short time ago on social media. So Harvard has said that losing the right here would affect about 1/4 of its student body and devastate the school. It's denied the Trump administration charges of alleged bias against conservatives, fostering anti-Semitism on campus, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party. The Homeland Security Department saying that it sent Harvard that notice after school officials indicated an intent to comply with requirements of the federal Student and Exchange Visitor Program, which allows Harvard to enroll non-U.S. students. That is the SEVP that Secretary Kristi Noem was talking about. Harvard did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Now, we have seen folks who have been outside the courthouse, and it looks like we do have one person there in Boston speaking now. Let's lift up the audio.
That beautiful thing that people are aspiring to is being lost. It's like in the process, it's a loss. And we were talking about how this reminds us of like 1830s. You know, when San Francisco.
Well, wait a minute. Don't forget what they did during the encampment last year, where they rose a Palestinian flag where the American flag normally flies above John Harbor. That was desecrating the memory of all the veterans throughout the whole history of Harvard. Many veterans have served the country and went to Harvard. All right. And by doing that, by a snot-nosed little brat thinking that their little protest was more important than actually the memory of those that served our country and showed disrespect to the American flag. No, I don't feel bad for these people at all. No, I don't feel bad for them. Oh, heaven forbid that Trump is, taking the shine off of our community and blah, blah, blah. What about what the protesters did last year, taking the shine off of the community? Their focus is on the wrong thing. And, the thing is that you have an establishment within Harvard that thinks it's their absolute right to be granted $1 billion a year. And then the argument is,
well, if you don't give us the $1 billion a year, then you're not going to find cancer research cures and all this. Well, wait a minute here. What about the other universities? They can do that too. There's about 500 of them that do very high quality research. And again, Harvard only publishes about 10,000 papers. And that's not all hard science. So wait a minute here. Are we really slowing down the pace of innovation? Are we really slowing down the pace of discovery? Probably not. Probably not. But they don't want they don't want to deal with the consequences. That was the reason why I decided not to go. That's the reason why I decided not to go to the ceremonies today. I have the ticket, you know, but because alumni can go there, you know, and watch the ceremonies. But I thought it was just going to be a free-for-all, anti-Trump free-for-all, because you got a lot of snot-nosed kids and you got a lot of snot-nosed faculty that are so biased and they're not paying attention to the problems that are happening over at the university. One is that there's a serious problem with anti-Semitism, but that's not the big problem. It's a serious problem, but it's not the biggest problem. You have an infiltration of the CCP. You got about 20 students there out of the 6,700 that you got to worry about. It shouldn't be there. And then there's this reliance on Harvard with donor money that's coming from the Chinese government or a tangential entity from the Chinese government. Serious problem there, especially as we march towards World War III in 2027 over Taiwan. Big problem. And then this idea that you can't find domestic students to fill those seats that are being vacated because of their foreign students. You can't find domestic students to fill those seats. Of course you can. Of course you can. Stop pretending you can't. Amazing. I tell you, it's amazing. All right, let's keep on playing. This was Al Jazeera.
Clashed with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing that the U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. Those from China make up the second largest cohort of international students in the U.S., behind ones from India. There are an estimated 280,000, and many are anxious to know whether their studies could be cut short and how they will be viewed.
There's 6,700 at Harvard that are international. 400 approximately are at the college. There are 20 that you got to worry about. But if the university isn't willing to help weed out those 20, then you got to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Me is the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. Previously, it was very common to see long lines of Chinese students applying for visas there to study at American universities, many of them from wealthy backgrounds. The daughter of Ren Zhengfei, the founder of communications company Huawei, recently completed her studies at Harvard. President Xi Jinping's daughter also attended the institution, graduating under a pseudonym in 2014. China's foreign ministry says it opposes the disruption of student exchanges.
So let me get this straight. An American, highly qualified student wasn't able to get in, but Harvard made sure that there was room for President Xi's daughter. And your taxpayer dollars paid for that shit.
Declined in recent years. Earlier this week, the Trump administration said it was halting all international student visa applications and scrutinizing social media posts deemed to be anti-Israel. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, the future of European defense. We look at why the EU is looking to spend more on weapons and other military equipment. And crypto investors gather in Las Vegas with a special appearance by the US Vice President.
See, this is the thing I don't understand. You have this crypto summit that seems to be pretty positive. Why isn't crypto moving above 110? That shocks me. BITO is, having difficulty, but the support level's at 2250 and it's trading at 2261. So, why isn't crypto moving? It should, it should be. Now, oil right now is trading at 61.07 at the moment here. UCO, which is the ETF for oil, is trading at 20.56. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here. I'll tell you, the community at Harvard they have been galvanizing, but they're extremely anti-Trump. There's an anti-Trump bias. They're not paying attention from within the problems that Harvard has. It's run by a bunch of woke individuals at the overseer level and at the corporation level. And then obviously the faculty. There's a huge problem there.
And Goldman vice chairman kind of break down the markets, the economy, particularly the capital markets as well. Let's listen in.
And welcome to our Bloomberg television and radio audiences. I'm Shonali Basak, and I'm standing by with Robert Kaplan. You might know him from his former time at the Dallas Fed. You might know him now as Goldman Sachs' vice chairman. In either direction, there's a lot to talk about in this market from your macro hat as well as your client-facing hat. But let's start with the latter. What are clients saying to you right now in the wake of what you saw just less than 24 hours ago with pressure on the Trump administration's tariff policy? Does it actually clear anything up for clients?
Probably not. I think most clients are just now reacting, and we're actually at gold.
Northrop Grumman invests $50 million in Firefly Aerospace.
To continue to do what they're looking to do. It's still our best guess that when this is all said and done, the tariffs will settle out in the low to mid-teens. That'll create challenges for companies. They'll adjust to it. It'll create bigger challenges for small business who don't have the leverage to adjust.
So what's the key advice? What are businesses preparing to do for those tariffs?
Well, if you're a bigger company, you're reviewing all your logistics and supply chains. And the reason they're in the middle of doing this happened abruptly. And so given 6 or 12 months, most companies I talk to can reshift, but not overnight. It'll take 6 months to a year. And then the thing they're telling me is they're also, in light of this, they're gonna pressure suppliers. They're gonna take some out of margin. They'll put some in price. They don't know how much yet. And they're also looking how to tighten their belt a little bit because they realize if they're taking some margin, they may need to find other ways to pay for it in their company.
So I was listening to your chief economist, Jan Hatzius, a little earlier. He reiterated that 35% probability of a recession, saying that's still quite material. It's an elevated level. What could make that worse? What are you most concerned about right now in terms of the economy slowing down?
So there's a couple of big structural issues that are probably reducing the probability of recession. Maybe very sluggish growth, but not a recession. First of all, we started the year thinking we were going to do deficit reduction. And the sense on the tax bill was it would be primarily extending the Trump tax cuts. It now appears that we haven't done as much cost cutting, and the tax package is more expansive, not done yet. So fiscal policy may be more expansionary or neutral, not contractionary. We've got labor force growth decelerating because of change in immigration policy. It means the labor force is tighter, means the probability of unemployment spiking up rather than just drifting up is less likely. You need to have a severe downturn. You normally would have a spike up in unemployment. And then the other thing going on is obviously tariffs, which have been well articulated. Those tend to slow growth and raise prices. But when you put all that together, I think we're going to have sluggish growth, probably not a recession, but probably sluggish growth.
There's going to be a little bit of less consumer spending and corporate spending. And
we're going to be fine. There's going to be probably an S&P 500 that's going to be at an all-time high by year end, most likely in July. Plus, you're going to have a huge tax cut. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. That's very important. Bringing down inflammation, boosting up that immune system, and by bringing down inflammation even at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. Turmeric, it soaks up free radicals and also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. Very important for your immune system, your cardiovascular system, and even your joints. If you have joint pain because of arthritis, take higher doses of turmeric. Stack them together, and this is a powerful stack for your cardiovascular health and for your immune system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver toothpaste that I have. Get a couple tubes of this toothpaste for your household. It's very high quality. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to get. It has no fluoride. You know why it has no fluoride? Because fluoride makes you stupid. That's the reason why you need to also filter your water. But this toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize the bacteria that causes plaque, and improves your gum line and reduces inflammation. That's very important. Good oral hygiene helps with vascular health and valvular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Click the link that's in the description of this video and all my videos. Get to that store, purchase the great toothpaste that I have and some of the other products that I offer. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right. Let's go to, I want to take a look at some of the other news that's popping up here. All right, this is CNN talking about Trump's administration will aggressively revoke Chinese student visas. Heaven forbid the United States actually fights against the CCP.
College. Landmark College is the college for students who live.
So the United States will aggressively revoke visas of Chinese students. That is the message, the warning, and the threat, really, now coming from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, announcing that the Department of State will be targeting those, quote, with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. This is expected to further rock the already shaky 90-day truce that China on tariffs with the Trump administration, and also further rock this blanket of uncertainty hanging over colleges and universities across the country, first and foremost when it comes to Harvard. For 15 years, China was the top source of international students studying in the United States. That is until India took the lead just last year. So let's get this. It could have a huge impact. CNN's Jennifer Hansler has much more on this. She's tracking this announcement. Jen, what are you learning about what the Secretary of State is saying here?
Well, Kate, this surprise announcement from Secretary Rubio last night is a further escalation of tensions with Beijing and is also poised to be a further blow to higher education institutions here in the United States. Now, this announcement was pretty sparse.
Why should we be giving Harvard $1 billion a year for research when they allowed for President Xi's daughter to be a graduate of Harvard? Why? Why? You're telling me that there wasn't one student in the United States that deserved that seat? Really? But your tax dollars has to go to Harvard because they do cancer research.
On details, it says that they will aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. But the Secretary of State does not define what those critical fields are or how they are going to establish a connection to the CCP, given how ubiquitous it is in China. Will it just be that a family member is a member, that the student themselves is a member? Those questions remain unanswered. Now, there's also questions about how they are going to further revise their visa vetting process for those from China in Hong Kong. It is notable that the Secretary of State said they would be working with the Department of Homeland Security on the visa revocations, which indicates that they are going to be aggressive about potentially not allowing these students to remain in the United States once their visas are revoked. Now, this is just among a slew of actions that the administration has taken over the past several days, targeting visas, especially those for international students. On Tuesday, the State Department ordered all of its embassies and consulates around the world to pause all new visa appointments for student and exchange visa applicants. This pause is so they can work on an expanded social media vetting policy. They say that this policy guidance is going to be rolled out in the coming days, but it is likely to have an impact on the number of students who will be able to obtain those visas.
People need to start paying attention. Our national security state, which I'm actually against in its bloated out tentacles in our constitutional freedoms. But the reality of the situation is that the military apparatus and the security apparatus in the United States is moving towards a war footing against China. And people need to wake up to this. But even if we weren't moving towards a war footing against China, especially because of Taiwan, people need to pay attention that AI, whoever is the leader and the dominant player in AI, is going to be able to project a hegemonic power that has never been seen on the face of this planet. Now, we are the dominant player as a hegemonic power. All right. But we could lose that if we don't maintain our superiority in artificial intelligence. That is going to be a major foundational piece with the new battles that will arise in the future. And a lot of military experts are saying, worry about where we're at right now into like 2027. That's where the danger zone is right now with Taiwan. So if we don't start purging some of these forces that have infiltrated our universities for technology transfer and sowing the seeds of discontent within the universities, then we're going to have a problem. It's better to do it now than later. Now, Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history until they were forced to be on the right side of history. All right? They aligned themselves with the Nazi Party until they were forced not to. They aligned themselves with the King of England until they were forced not to. They would align themselves with white superiority until they were forced not to. They didn't want women to come to be educated at the college until they were forced to. See, Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history until forced to be on the right side of history.
Common study here in the United States. That in turn, of course, Kate, is going to impact the universities here who rely on these students for enrollment numbers and tuition money. I should also note that they escalated their feud with Harvard. I learned from senior administration officials last night that they are now reviewing the visas of all Harvard-affiliated visa holders, not just students, Kate.
When you can set up reliable Spectrum internet in minutes, you can feel at home in minutes.
That is an. Now, let's repeat that because that's focusing on the fellows. And think about it. Like I said, the international students, all right, and the fellows, you got to worry about, especially if they're coming from China. Now, the far majority are not a problem, but there are about 10 or 20 that are very problematic. Now, go back to like 2020. Remember what happened with Lieber? Remember with, certain research fellows at different universities within Boston and how they were tied to Wuhan and how they were tied to the 1,000 Talent Program? This is a real issue that people need to wake up. But you got the Harvard community that's just so focused on on you know, the headline, Trump is against the university. He's going to cut funding. But the issue is you got to cut out these 10 or 20 students or fellows that are helping the CCP gain certain types of dual purpose technologies that could be used for military application. All right, and this is the reason why I think I came onto the scene, you know, with the whole 2020 thing. Scientific discovery can help mankind or hurt mankind. You can see this with nuclear technology. It's a major energy source. It's a major understanding of how the universe works, how the atom works, understanding the abyss of physics, right? But it also can be used for military application, making bombs. Hence Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Same thing with biologics. You can learn how to cure a disease. But you can also learn on how to make a disease. You can learn on how to use it as a weapon. And so some of these students shouldn't be anywhere near our research facilities if it can be used for dual purpose. Especially if they're coming from China. China is not our friend. The CCP is moving towards a world conflict in the Pacific. And it's not just Americans thinking this, the Japanese think this, the South Koreans think this, the Australians think this, the New Zealanders think this, the UK thinks this. This is the Philippines, the Taiwanese. This is becoming a big problem. That's the nuance and the detail. The devil is in the details. So anyone says, well, I hate Trump because he's taking away Harvard money and we're going to not be able to solve the cure for cancer. Really? They're not paying attention. They're not paying attention. And it was only 5 years ago when we caught the infiltration to some degree with United States professors on the take, AKA Lieber, and research students at the graduate level or even at fellowship that were trying to transfer technology to the CCP. It's a big problem. And I have not heard anyone in the Harvard community talk about this, either in a Chatham House or in the media, because they only focus on the headline number. Trump is reducing $2 billion of grant money. Heaven, you know, this is going to cause such hardship. Well, did you do what the president, what DHS asked for? To find out what the hell's going on with the international students? This is not, yes, at the surface level, it's, you know, about anti-Semitism and all this, but the real issue isn't anti-Semitism. The real issue is infiltration, CCP infiltration. Then the morality, where you have all these students that are very qualified in the United States, American citizens, working hard, they apply and they don't get in, but President Xi's daughter does. Really? Really? And to add insult to injury, the university expects that a $1 billion grant is is provided to them annually. They expect it. They demand it. But they open up the golden gates for President Xi's daughter. Lovely. And your tax-paying dollars went for this. Your tax-paying dollars went for helping Lieber do research that led to the transfer of that technology to Wuhan. Lovely. Lovely. What about these other schools in the Boston area where they were finding these 1,000 talent program individuals stealing information and technology and transferring it over? Wait a minute here. This issue is way bigger than Harvard. They have infiltrated our research universities. People need to wake up here. This is a big problem. And so if they start to, I mean, we know that there was dual development for, the USA CCP virus. It wasn't just a CCP virus. It wasn't just a China virus. It was a USA China virus. And we had universities and research labs collaborating. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. It's a big problem.
Learned from senior administration officials last night that they are now reviewing the visas of all Harvard-affiliated visa holders, not just students, Kate.
That is an important new development as well. Thank you so much, and great reporting as always.
Yeah, let's just pass it on with just, pleasantries and not dive into the, some of the details. Let's deal with the nuance. What does that really mean? That means that you have professors that are aligned with the CCP. You have fellows that are aligned with the CCP.
In another blow to international students in higher education across the U.S., the State Department says that it will work with the Department of Homeland Security to stop some Chinese students from attending school in the U.S. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced Wednesday that the administration will, quote, aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. Now, it's unclear exactly how many are affected, but according to a government report, more than 275,000 students from China studied in the United States in 2023 to 2024 in that academic year. Meantime, there is a...
Okay, so breaking news. U.S. says it may take Donald Trump's tariff case to the Supreme Court as soon as Friday.
Escalation in President Trump's feud with Harvard. Senior State Department officials telling CNN the agency is now reviewing all visa holders affiliated with Harvard, not just students. The officials did not say why the review was being conducted, though. On Wednesday, Trump suggested that the Ivy League school should have a 15%.
I'm telling you, Harvard has been infiltrated, not very deeply, but it has been infiltrated by the CCP. It has happened. And it's not past tense, it's happening. But it's also happening at other universities too. Not every university has been infiltrated, but Harvard has been infiltrated. Not only that, you had professors that were on the take, like Lieber. You have professors aligning themselves so they can get the grant money and do the technology transfer, and thought that they could get, they wouldn't get caught. This is a big problem. Material science, chemistry, computer engineering, electrical engineering, biological engineering. These are critical fields that have military application. And like I said, what about the recognition, spatial and temporal recognition on satellite data? Well,
That's a dual purpose. You could be used it for agriculture. You can use it for urban planning. You can use it for archaeology. You can also use it as a military application. And then when you dovetail that with balloons floating in the sky from China that we have to shoot down, then you start wondering what the hell is going on. All brought to you by grant money that's fungible to Harvard to do this research.
Cap on the percentage of foreign students that it accepts.
We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be, you're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country.
On Thursday, a federal judge in Boston will be hearing arguments on whether Harvard's international students should be indefinitely protected following Trump's attempt to revoke the university's student visa program.
We're being used like pawns in the game that we have no control of, and we're being caught in this crossfire between the White House and Harvard.
Well, in this case, which is a student currently in Copenhagen, all right, European, yeah, he's a he's from Denmark, all right, yeah, he's caught in the crossfire. It's unfortunate, but Harvard did it to themselves because they didn't listen to the DHS. DHS doesn't need to give Harvard the reason why they're doing it. But I'm telling you, we are marching to war with China. And we got a bunch of woke Gen Zers that don't even know how to fight. They are nowhere near what the greatest generation had to do during World War II. They are 1/20th of the generation that had to fight World War II. 1/20th in terms of physicality and in terms of an alignment with the country. They're self-centered TikTok generation.
It feels incredibly.
I was at an event yesterday. Now, this was the book event for Tubin over at the club, and he has this book called Pardons. All right, there was a Asian girl that was sitting next to me. All right, from that looks like she graduated recently. All right, and she's Gen Z, right? Millennial, whatever. I don't even know the difference between millennials and Gen Z, but either way, I'm just so fed up with it. So, but the Gen Z, so she's sitting down, right? Most of the crowd is older. About 10% were my age or younger, right? So 90% were already retired. And she was flipping her phone, right? With apps like TikTok, but different types of apps that I don't even know what they are. It starts with a Z, like Zola or something like that, whatever it is. But the thing is that she was fidgeting in her chair. The event only is about a little bit more than an hour long. All right, so you get there early, right? You sit down, and then it runs over by about 5 minutes or so. So it's, let's say, an hour and 15 minutes. She's sitting in her chair and she's fidgeting literally every three minutes. Turns off her phone, then turns on her phone and flips her, and it's, posting on social media pictures that she took of herself. So it's all selfish. It's all self-centered. And not only that, the ADHD. Now, this is a Harvard grad. Gen Z that can't sit and actually listen to someone to talk for 1 hour without moving around and turning on their damn phone. Harvard grad. Big problem with Gen Z. Now, Gen Xers are going to look at, okay, all right, Gen Xers aren't retarded. We don't have the endocrine disruption. We don't have the gender dysphoria. We had 1 foot before PC computers really took off at the home level. And then we have another foot with technology. All right. And you just
create a system where you take advantage of people. All right? They did it to themselves. They're just going to be taken advantage of. So you got this generation that's not paying attention. It's got their head stuck in their phone. Just take advantage of them. All right? If you see an opportunity that they don't, take it. If you see that they're moving in a direction that you can profit from because of their stupidity, take it. And maybe that will be a feedback to them to break their ways. But that generation, Gen Z, can be easily taken advantage of because they're not paying attention. They're totally not paying attention to what's going on in the world. They're so focused on very selfish pop culture kind of things that mean nothing. Very fast fashion that will die off. I was at an event where they were talking about analytics on fashion. And the thing is that it's getting to the point with these social media platforms like TikTok that literally fast fashion, it's not measured in weeks, it's measured in days or hours. That changes can be seen in the data. So this bipolar ADHD Gen Z can easily be taken advantage of. So how can they be productive, let alone be able to fight when we need them to fight when we're in a war? Big problem. Big problem. When you can't sit there, Harvard grad can't sit there in a chair, turn off their fucking phone, and stop moving around and just listen. But every 2 minutes, they had to move around in their chair. Every 2 minutes, they had to scroll to make sure that they didn't miss a feed. Really? And this is the best and the brightest? Come on.
Humanizing.
Just heard from one of the many students there whose futures are effectively in limbo. Harvard has
it's a shame that people are in the crosshair. That's true. But Harvard did it to themselves.
To give in to Trump's demands to make changes to its admission and curriculum. Administration officials in the Trump administration have repeatedly said that Harvard is being used as an example, and they say other universities may also face similar harsh actions as well. Nell Hegarty is a professor of management at the Tobin College of Business at St. John's University in New York. Professor, it's good to have you with us.
Thank you for having me this evening.
We are Harlem Children's Zone, and we're creating bright futures for young people in Harlem and beyond. Through our work, tens of thousands of scholars and families are...
I want to cover as much as we can here and start off with your thoughts on the Trump administration making yet another move on Wednesday night that could possibly further deter international students from looking to the U.S. to study and work. This time, obviously, according to the secretary.
It's a shame that so many students are going to be collateral damage through this issue with Trump and higher education. But the thing is, you have to root out the infiltrators, and these universities aren't helping. And secondly, we need to start thinking from within. Charity starts at home. All right? Charity starts at home. You got to take care of yourself first. And we have an ample amount of students that are able and willing to fill those positions in these elite institutions at the undergrad and the graduate level. So don't believe that we absolutely have to have these international students for our economy. No. Now, it wasn't that long ago that Harvard was trying to slow down the actual admission process, the actual number of Asians admitted to the university. Remember that Supreme Court case? And Harvard had this idea that, well, we wanted to have some more diversity, so less Asian students and more Black students. And the Supreme Court said, you can't do that. Should be more merit-based. And then all of a sudden, now, back then, Harvard was saying, well, wait a minute, we don't need as many Asian students. It'll be better for the society. Now, 5 years later, they're saying that we need the Asian students. Well, what is it? Do you absolutely need the Asian students or do you not? This is why I'm saying that Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history all the time until they're forced to be on the right side of history.
State revoking visas of Chinese students and doing so aggressively, as the secretary put it. What do you make of this latest move from the White House?
Well, I think this is a temporary move. I think revoking these visas is not in the best interest of not only China, but also the United States. The Chinese, the richest of the Chinese send their students overseas to be educated, and the United States has always welcomed them. And
Well, wait a minute here. I thought their universities in China were better. They were smarter than the United States universities. But the elites are going to the United States. Oh, okay. Okay. So President Xi, it's okay for President Xi to have like 100 children and send them to Harvard, and Harvard's open up their gates and open up their arms and embrace these 100 children that President Xi kicks out. Meanwhile, there's 100 kids in the United States that are highly qualified to perform well, and they don't get in. But Harvard demands you to give them $1 billion because they do cancer research. Really?
just don't see long-term how that's beneficial to either country.
And earlier this week, I did have a chance to interview an international student at Harvard, and he told me that the long-term consequences of sending a message and discouraging students with that message from coming to the U.S. to study and maybe even integrate their talents in the U.S. workforce, that those consequences could be far-reaching, especially industries like tech, science, AI, engineering, etc.
Yeah, and you're telling me that there's not students in the United States that are American citizens of all different nationalities, right? All different ethnicities, I should say, that are American citizens, and you're telling me they can't fill those seats and do well and be prosperous and integrate into these great jobs in high tech and why do we need the international students? Why?
In your view, Professor, where else could these potentially disillusioned students turn to, if not the...
So basically what they're saying is that we need the international students so they can get into these high-tech jobs and you know, we're going to have a more robust economy. That's the explicit statement. The implicit statement is that American students aren't qualified and wouldn't do as well in the job market. That's what that implicit statement is. Now, if you look at the public schooling, about 80% of the student body in the United States just sucks. That's true. All right. So we have about 330 million people in the United States. All right. The population. Let's assume all of them are American citizens, just so we don't have to back out numbers. All right. So let's just assume 330 million people are American citizens. About half of that population is male, half of that's female. All right. And within that, you know, within that population, let's say 30% are of age that are, you know, younger and they're moving in, they're moving into, let's say, their high school, or they're moving into college, or they're in grade school, right? That kind of age group. Let's say 30% of the population is like that. All right. So let's just assume that 25% of that is college, at the college level. All right. or maybe let's say half. So let's say 1/6 of the population is college, going to college, all right? Or at college age, where they, they're maybe a little bit older, but could go to university, or, just slightly, they're applying somewhere in there, that age group. So about 1/6 of the population. Now, this is ballpark numbers, right? So about 1/6 of the population. Now, about 80% of them suck, but 20% don't. And those 20%, it's that rule. The 20% of the society is really pushing, is pushing forward the society, and 80% are just riding the coattails of the 20%. But those 20% are the ones that are getting into these elite institutions. All right? So there's enough of them, is the point I'm making. Like, for example, if we assume 300,000, if we assume 300 million, 300 million and 1/6, all right? That's 55 million children or of that age, right? And about 20% of them, about 11 million kids in the United States. So let's round it a little bit low. Let's say about 8 million kids. Let's round it down. About 8 million kids in the United States probably have the wherewithal to do very well in industry and at these elite institutions. So why do we need the international students? Now you'd have to do, the demographics and, tweak the number, maybe a little bit lower than that, maybe 6,000. All right, not 6,000, 6 million instead of 10 million. But the point here is that there's quite a few. And that's the reason why this whole 20/80 rule works. The 20% of the population moves the society forward, and 80% are just shitheads. But because there's a lot of individuals within a 330 million population that are the 20%ers that move society, then you have enough people. You have enough people to fill those seats. You don't need the international students.
I said, how much of a loss would it be for this country?
Well, first of all, it would be a great loss for this country because they've always added value to the country in terms of their presence in our universities, but also economically. If you look at states such as California.
They always added value? Always added value? Really? Always added value? No. But what about the 1,000 Talent Program, where they took the technology and sent it to Wuhan? Did they add value? Yeah, to the CCP. They didn't add value to us. United States, us.
$3 billion influx of money into California. New York alone is at $2 billion.
Oh, it's about money. It's not about merit. It's about money, not merit. Money.
Financial pot for our country. So it's not good to not have these countries or have these students in our country. In terms of where else they could go, for many years now, countries such as Australia and the European countries have been vying for these students to go to their countries instead of the United States.
It's not because they're so smart. It's because they need the money. Money. But you're also talking about societies that have, like Australia, they have a population issue, right? And you need a higher population to have a more robust economy. That's different than what the United States has. The United States is quite unique in this. And I'm telling you, if you work in corporate and have been living for a long enough time, you'll realize this 80-20 rule is what is happening in the United States. 20% of the population are the productive individuals carrying 80%, the other 80%. And there's enough of them within a 330 million population, and their prodigy, their offspring, that what will happen is that you'll have enough to go to these research institutions and do the research. You don't need the international students. You don't need them. You need the money. And that's what this is all about. It's not about merit. It's not about merit. Every single international student that's doing high-end research, all right? Every single one, you could take someone and find in the United States someone to replace them in that on that research seat, for that research seat, and supplant the international student. And you're training and doing the research with a domestic student. Every single one. You just have to find them. There's asymmetry of information here. The student that has the ability, that's domestic, may not know that those seats are available. That's one issue. And the other issue is that you got to stop the universities from not even looking. They're not even looking for the domestic. They're automatically looking for the international because of the money. Every single one. In genomics, you'll be able to find a domestic student to do the research. In economics, you'll be able to find a domestic student to do the research because they're within that 20% strata of society. You don't need the international student. Medicine, same thing. Don't need the international student. You'll be able to find a domestic student to do it. It's not going to be in the 80%. That's stupid. But you're in the 20% there are. But what has happened is that the mainstream media is basically saying no one in the United States is available. And so we have to import intelligence. We have to import our intelligence. No, the 20% strata of students, yeah, they're there. You just have to find them. You have to inform them that these seats are available. So there's an asymmetry of information. But think about it. You got these, let's say, Bloomberg newscasters. Now, let's say they have some kids and they're college age now and they're going to apply to Harvard. But they're American students. Now, they'll, because of the wealth, and their education, and most likely went to private school, they're within the 20% category. All right? But if you really listen to the rhetoric that they're saying, their students shouldn't be applying or be accepted to Harvard, their kid. Because it should be for the international student, because the international student's way more qualified. That's what that's the implicit statement is that's taking place from these newscasters, that their own kid couldn't get into Harvard because they should step aside to allow for an international student because the international student's so much better. Really? I'm sure they're saying something totally different at the kitchen table and not at the news desk. Because if that's the case, then why the hell are they spending $60,000, $70,000 a year for private education for their kid?
The clutch, as always, Bloomberg's legal reporter, and thanks as well to Tyler Kendall at the White House as we try to put this together on the legal and political side. We'll do this next on the economic side. Molly Smith and Stuart Paul with me here at World Headquarters in New York.
All right, let's continue on with CNN here.
Remember, these students have always wanted to rub shoulders with the best and brightest in their fields. And right now, that still remains the United States of America. So I still see them want.
Yeah, the international students want to rub elbows with the best and brightest in the United States. But by having these international students take the seats from our domestic students, it's just not fair, especially when these universities are taking research funding from our tax dollars. Charity starts at home. Very simple concept.
To come here, and it's just a case of compliance, going through more paperwork to get her, but I do not see this as a major deterrent in students coming to the US.
Yeah, but many of these amazing, talented young men and women have already proven their abilities.
Yeah, there's many amazing and talented domestic students. Remember the 20/80 rule? Let's not pretend they're not there. They are. And in many cases, they're not allowed to get into these seats because they're taken by well-heeled CCP presidents, like President Xi and his daughter. Real talented. Yeah. Let me get this straight. President Xi's daughter is more talented than one of our domestic students. Really.
So this would certainly be just one more barrier for them, and no doubt that they could overcome that. Have you heard, Professor, of any universities already adjusting their admission strategies?
I think it's too soon to adjust admission strategies because all this is just happening now. Larger universities will use their international campuses that they have to onboard students before they bring them into the United States. Other universities will probably have students take courses online while this passes over, and then they will move to the United States. But I don't see the flow of students slowing down.
And I was going to ask, Professor, if I may ask, are you a former international student yourself?
Indeed, I was a former international student. I came from Ireland. I considered a number of universities in the United States. I came to New York, actually came here to New York, to St. John's University in New York. Had a wonderful experience, embarked upon a career in industry here, ultimately ended up getting married, having a child, and contributing to society here. So these international students do contribute to society here, but moreover, when they go back to their home countries to serve as...
Of course they're contributing to society, assuming that they're not part of a dual purpose program through the 1,000 Talent Program from the CCP. Of course they are contributing to society, but so does an American student. So how is that any different? It's just that the international student took the spot away from an American student.
Wonderful ambassadors for the United States when they go home.
Because of your personal experience, what you say certainly carries a lot of weight. So finally, perhaps...
So let me get this straight. You take the aggregate of international students and you compare them to a similar peer group that are domestic students. What is the difference in terms of society contribution? If you look at the NPV, the net present value of an international student cohort versus a domestic student cohort, and I'm willing to bet you won't see much difference. So having an international student doesn't mean anything to us in terms of the economy. In general, in the aggregate. Yeah, you got these outliers like, well, there was an international student that ended up, creating a multi-billion-dollar business. Okay. Steve Jobs didn't finish college, and he built a multi-billion-dollar business too. What about Bill Gates that went to Harvard and decided not to graduate, or Mark Zuckerberg that decided not to graduate from Harvard and built multi-billion-dollar businesses? So don't worry about the outliers. Look at the aggregate, and there's no difference. There's no difference. So yes, does an international student contribute to society? Yes, but so does a domestic student.
a message that you would have to a young student in Asia, Europe, Latin America, anywhere in the world who has their sights set on studying in the U.S. but may feel discouraged given what we're experiencing right now in the U.S., given that political climate? What would you tell them?
I would say there's always been red tape, there's always been paperwork. Do not be deterred. This too shall pass. It's just a matter of compliance, and it's just an extra layer of compliance the students have to get through. Once this vetting process is complete, I think students will have no problem coming in here to the United States.
Professor Harrigan, thank you so much for your...
Breaking news. Wall Street Journal. A disgraced former Goldman Sachs banker was sentenced to 2 years in prison for helping to loot billions from Malaysia sovereign fund. Oh, lovely. Okay. Some of the dumbest people I've met in a board setting, corporate board setting, were Goldman Sachs individuals. All right, I was managing a portfolio, all right, and we were getting quotes from different investment firms like JP Morgan and Citibank and Bank of America and even Goldman Sachs to see if we carved out about 15% of the portfolio, if they could do a better performance. And they did their presentation and all this stuff. It was just total horseshit. Total horseshit. Like, for example, you had this one guy. It's what they do is they do a demographic of who's going to be in the room. Now, everybody in that room on our side, all right, were PhDs and MBAs, every single one of them. All right. So high powered, and you had Goldman Sachs come in, you had the sales guy. All right. And then you had two females that of equal height. They were both blonde, all right, doing the portfolio analytics. So you had the sales guy that was taller, looked like he just came out of a GQ magazine. And you had these two females that were doing the more of the analytical work. And because our IPS, investment policy statement, had a social responsible indexing part of the portfolio, so SRI, it's harder to beat the benchmark. Now, I did it. I beat the benchmark. Now, the benchmark was based on the bond AGG, and then also the S&P 500. All right, so there was this. The benchmark was with our bond part of the portfolio was benchmarked to AGG, and then the equity part of the portfolio was benchmarked to the S&P 500. But the S&P 500 has lots of stocks that are not SRI compliant. All right, so it's hard to beat the market when you can't go into biotech or you can't go into military, right? Because of SRI compliance. So it's hard to do, but I did it. All right. So we listened to these clowns, right? And one of the analysts, the female analyst, said, we use something called VAR, value at risk calculation. And this was taking place in around 2017, 2016. VAR was developed by JP Morgan, all right, back in the 80s. Before they spun off a division, a different company called Risk Metrics. All right, so this is an 1986 technology, all right, to calculate risk. And VAR is not very good at calculating risk in illiquid markets. So there's something newer that they didn't even know called LVAR, which is liquidity value at risk. All right. So there's this to understand the fat tails of events. And this was something that developed because of the Lehman crisis. All right. Understanding that fat tail events could cause illiquid markets and dislocations that can cause havoc in the portfolio. That's why I said when the market tanked 6 weeks ago, that there's a dislocation, don't worry about it. It'll mean revert, trust me. And it did. All right. So you had these clowns from Goldman Sachs, all right, saying, well, we use this thing called VAR, all right? And, you know, it's like, well, wait a minute here. You're not using LVAR, which is the high-end version of the modeling. And secondly, why are you saying that you developed it when it was JP Morgan in 1986 that developed it through risk metrics? They're all bullshit. Goldman Sachs is bullshit. They are not the smartest people in the room. Trust me. Trust me. It's all show. What they do have is name recognition. And because they have name recognition, they have the perceived belief that they're the smartest one in the room. But they're not. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack here that will help with your bone density and your cardiovascular health. Vitamin D3 and K2. You take them together. Why? Because by taking D3 and K2 together for your cardiovascular, it'll help to pull some of that calcium depositing around your plaque formation and reduce further plaque formation of calcium. So do this every day, but it's also important to do exercising, right? You know, cardio, some resistance training, really important. Drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, and, you know, consider maintaining a good lipid profile, lowering LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. Those are really important. But taking D3 and K2 together is going to help you, and you're going to increase the efficacy of D3 if you take magnesium. So take it together, help with your cardiovascular health. But also, if you do resistance training and take in calcium, you're going to build more bone density over time. Super important, especially when you turn age 40 or older. So do resistance training, take the D3, the K2, build that bone density, and help with your cardiovascular health. Now, to supercharge the cardiovascular health, you should be taking also the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots. When you have a lot of plaque, what happens is you have turbulent flow of the blood, and it will coagulate and build a clot. And that could be deadly, all right? So you want to break up those clots, get rid of that plaque. And over time, you can get rid of plaque if you get that longevity cardiovascular box from my store. But the point here is take nattokinase, it's going to break up clots. But also, it's going to help bring down that LDL and increase your HDL levels, so you're improving your lipid profile and you're reducing plaque formation. So you're breaking up clots, you're reducing plaque formation. You stack it with the D3 and the K2, which helps to pull out and prevent the calcium depositing around plaque, and you're helping your cardiovascular system. If you want to supercharge it, get the longevity cardiovascular box that I have, and over time, not only are you reducing new plaque formation, but over time, you're going to actually reduce the plaque that's already there. Now, you can't get rid of all of it, but you can get rid of a lot of it. But you have to be diligent by taking the proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise. Very important, and be diligent over a period of time, and you'll notice that the plaque, that occlusion is starting to recede. You're starting to reduce that blockage over time. Really important. And it's possible to do. There are lots of people that have like a 50% blockage or a 60% blockage in their carotid, and they can take certain types of supplements or even pharmaceuticals, and they can bring down the plaque down to 10% over a year or a year and a half by proper diet, proper exercise, and proper supplementation. So just pay attention to what I'm saying, and it's doable. All right? You don't have to go down the path of cardiovascular disease and diabetes. You don't have to. The far majority of the people in the United States that have these diseases, guess what? Self-induced. You can reverse it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
The overall health of the economy, but like as Stuart's talking about here, rightfully so, the trade impact right now is just really, it's really just clouding what like the underlying measures of consumer and business spending would tell you. And those are the right figures to look at right now.
Yeah, interesting. When are we going to see, Stuart, the impact in a jobs report of the Doge, the federal worker layoffs, or is that not going to materialize in the hard data?
It's still pretty elusive. We are expecting to see a slowdown in the headline pace of hiring in the May jobs report. We're expecting to see about 90,000 jobs added, in part because of Doge. When you look at the regional economic consequences of the pullback in government spending, the efficiency attempt, it does look to be the case that there are some regional consequences. At the national level, is a little bit less material, but when it comes to the labor market, uncertainty is the name of the game right now, and we are seeing the consequences of uncertainty, likely with just 90,000 jobs added in.
Yeah. What a fascinating dive here with you. I feel like we could make money on this, James. Power lunch with Molly and Stuart. We could take this, right? We could sell tickets for this. You guys up for that?
I'm up
Move
for
here
it.
and sign
We can
us
do
up.
this absolutely on the road. Starting at World Headquarters. Thank you both so much. Our two great minds on the economy, Molly Smith and Stuart Paul, helping us understand what's actually happening here in the world and the cross currents that we're all experiencing together. Thank you for a great conversation. Our panel is up next. And of course, we mean Rick and Jeannie when we say that. Bloomberg Politics contributors with a lot more to talk about here when it comes to not only the news from the White House, but who's leaving the White House. Elon Musk is winding it down. Friday, tomorrow is it for the leader of the Doge. We'll have that and a lot more coming up.
All right, since they are going on commercial break, let's talk about another great supplement, Stack, that's going to help with your neural health. Very important. All right. NAD plus helps with boosting up your NAD plus levels. That's going to improve your energy. It's going to help repair DNA damage, mitochondrial DNA and cellular DNA. All right. And NAD plus is going to help with neuroprotection. Now, ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Now, with ubiquinol, you're going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress on the cell. It's also going to help with the mitochondrial health. It's going to boost up energy levels. Cells going to perform better. Your tissues are going to perform better. And it's neuroprotective. So it's going to help with your neurons. So please go to my store, stack the ubiquinol and the NAD+. You can also stack this with C60 and resveratrol. It's a great stack too. But protect your neurons, especially if you're age 40 or older. You're going to start hearing a lot of people having problems with their neurons. All right. So you need to pay attention to me. Please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins helps mitochondrial health. So it's going to improve your energy levels and your cellular metabolism. And B complex is going to allow those cells to perform better. Your tissues are going to perform better. And when they perform better, your body isn't aging as fast. When you have poor health of the cells and poor health of the tissues, you're going to have more free radicals that are building up. You're going to have less performance of those tissues and organ systems, and you're going to age faster. So it's important to take vitamin B complex as part of your anti-aging protocol. But vitamin B12 also helps neurons. So stack this with other neuroprotectors that I've been talking about. Super important. And you're helping with your cellular metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. All right. Let's play some other videos that are going on here. This was the Times. That's too long of a video. It's a lot to cover in the show. It's not easy to do. Let's see here. Sometimes there's things that I want to cover, but it's just, it's more in a long format and it'll eat up too much of the time here. Let's see here. Yeah, there's the drone threat to Putin, but that's like almost a half an hour long. I want to do that. U.S. markets reaction to the federal report. No. Let's do CNN here.
Is poor communication between pilots in the cockpit a contributing factor in plane crashes? Well, that is what the latest season of the popular HBO show The Rehearsal set out to investigate, using a replica of an airport terminal, giant puppets, and even cloned dogs.
I've been studying commercial aviation disasters as a hobby, and I started to notice a disturbing pattern in the causes of these crashes. 15 years ago, you recommended role-playing exercises. The FAA
said no. For whatever reason, they're just not going there. In order to make change, it's going to take something different.
Mr. Fielder, where does your sense of altruism come from? Where all of a sudden you want to save lives, you're known for pranking. This is not sincere.
We should note that CNN and HBO are both owned by the same parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery. Here with us now, comedian, 737 pilot, and host of The Rehearsal, Nathan Fielder, and aviation safety expert and former National Transportation Safety Board member, John Gulia. He served under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. Thanks to both of you for joining us. For those of our viewers who have seen the show, in this interview, I'm going to be the first officer, Blunt.
And I'm going to be Captain All Ears.
You understand what we're saying?
Yes, I mean, that's what we talk about, communication in the show.
So we're playing roles right now.
Yeah, we're role playing.
Well, I'm guessing
For
you
this
have
interview.
to do this.
This is
Okay,
getting stupid.
well, I think that's good. You know, I also think, Wolf, that
I don't know. I can't deal with it. No. Let's go back to Bloomberg.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, both advancing right now, looking at a 16-point gain on the S&P 500 index. Traders cheering. Solid results out of NDIVIA had to face the harsh reality of slowing economic data as well as legal uncertainties around President Trump's trade war. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest on all of those. The Dow, as I mentioned, down 38 right now, down 0.1%.
Well, what I'm noticing is that the S&P 500 is having a difficulty above the 5,900 mark. It opened up at 5,943, but then kind of started going down. And in the intraday trading, it went as low as 5,873. So there's a little bit of stress there. Yes, it is up 17 points right now. VIX is trading at about 19.28, and oil is just below the $61 a barrel. So this is we're getting into buy territory for oil. Accumulate shares and wait for the pop back up.
Data show America's economy contracted at a slower pace than initially estimated during the first quarter. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Gross domestic product sank at a 0.2% pace at the start of the year, the first loss in 3 years. Blame it on weaker consumer spending and the impact of White House tariffs on trade. GDP figures are revised multiple times as more data become available, enabling government analysts to fine-tune their estimate. The Commerce Department initially reported a slightly sharper 0.3% drop. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
United and JetBlue
With our
have agreed to a
templates,
far use loyalty points and book flights across the two carriers. United CEO Scott Kirby's desire to secure flights at JFK at a time when air traffic control problems are hampering operations at Newark, which is the carrier's primary connection to the crucial New York market right now. We have got JetBlue shares trading lower, down 2.2%. Shares of UAL, parent of United, up by 1.5%. So recapping, stocks higher, S&P up by.
Well, the dollar is weakening a little bit here. Euro is trading at 1.13, and the Japanese yen is trading at 144.10. I want the Japanese yen to be trading above 145 to show less stress in the international markets. BITO is trading at 22.47, which is below the support level of 22.50. If it closes today below that, then we have a new resistance level at 22.50, and the new support level is going to be at 21.48. So pay attention to that, and that's tied to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is definitely not moving upward right now.
Producer James is running this one through the mill because we already have a very important ruling that we've been talking about here. Move the markets. a court you likely never heard of until 7 o'clock last night. The U.S. Court of International Trade, right around 7 p.m., striking down President Trump's tariffs, the majority of them at least. And we know that the White House is going to try to get this order stayed so the tariffs will remain in place. Now that we have another judge here, a whole other case, this could become a bit more murky. Now, there are a few things that I want to point to. One of them is the White House press briefing that is scheduled to begin a little more than 15 minutes from right now. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt will be holding forth in the briefing room, and surely we'll be talking about this and taking a lot of questions on it as well. We also have a 5 p.m. Oval Office swearing in for a new chief of protocol. At the moment, this is not open press, but it would be the moment if President Trump wants to say something about tariffs, about the taco trade, or anything else at that moment if they decide to bring the press bull in the room. So just keep those in your pocket. As we learn more about them, we'll let you know. Maybe this is a great time for Elon Musk to leave the building, because tomorrow is the last day. And by the way, it's interesting. There are stories everywhere today about how Elon is finally saying goodbye to Washington, and that somehow this was the week. If you listen to or watch this program, you've been seeing this coming. We told you it was a 130-day contract, if you will, unless the president decided to renew him, and that would, well, bring us to tomorrow. We also know that Elon Musk is getting back to things at Tesla and SpaceX. He's been clear about that with his investors. And if you were with us the day he spoke to the cabinet meeting, it sure sounded like a farewell a couple of weeks ago. Elon Musk holding a series of interviews as he tries to rehabilitate the message, the image, I should say, and send a message to investors that he's paying attention to the companies. Musk exits Doge, as I read on the terminal, leaving threadbare agencies and strained workers. And that's where we start with our political panel. They're both with us today. Bloomberg Politics contributor G.D. Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. How's this all hitting you, Rick? It's an interesting moment to watch Elon Musk leave the building with, dare I say, not a lot to show for it. What do we have to show for the Doge experiment after 130 days?
Yeah, he's packing up the chainsaw, and I think it's already headed west. So goodbye, Elon, from the government to you. It's hard to tell. I think that the jury's going to be out for a while. I mean, you know, he was supposed to cut $1 trillion in spending. Latest analysis is less than 175 billion.
Yeah, but if you look at the budget projections, they always go out of a 10-year projection on how it's going to affect the deficit. So if you have $160 billion savings, guess what? That's more than $1 trillion over a 10-year period. But Rick Davis is a fucking idiot.
Government agencies. And I would say the one thing that probably he carries with him, and the rest is left in Washington, is a significantly worse approval rating than when he showed up in town. Remember, Elon Musk was a bit of a cult figure before he took on the Doge. And a lot of...
Yeah, let's not say anything positive about Elon or what he was trying to do. No, we can't do that. By Rick Davis and on Bloomberg. No, we can't say anything positive. We can't say anything positive about trying to actually make the government more efficient and stop the wasteful spending and the corruption.
Sort of a loser in the...
Do you really want a clown like this, Rick Davis, to be managing your money at Stone Court Capital LP? Really?
CC, never stop playing the chainsaw video. And something tells me that that's going to be around for a moment. The best of CPAC. If you're with us on YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, you see what I'm talking about here. We've got a headline I have to mention. That's the way it goes, right? At noontime in Washington, the Fed just told us that Chair Jay Powell met with President Trump today at the White House. Powell and Trump discussed growth, employment, and inflation. Those would be the topics. And I suspect we're going to hear a lot more about this forthcoming and included in that press briefing that starts 10 minutes from now. Jeannie, Elon Musk, and I guess this is one reason why everybody's talking about it. He put a post on X thanking President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. And he said Doge's mission, this is a quote, the mission will only strengthen over time. Do you believe that?
It's, what was fascinating about what he had to say was he seemed to compare himself to the Buddha, because he said Doge is like Buddhism, meaning that it could survive without Elon Musk. So there you go. I guess he is the next Buddha. I'm not so certain it's going to survive, particularly in the way he imagined. But in addition to his talking about Buddhism and himself as Buddha, he also has some really fascinating quotes about how stunned he was that things are much worse in Washington than he imagined, and what an uphill battle it would be to improve things in DC. And, you sort of scratch your head and wonder, what world was he living in? I keep thinking he's really got to go see Hamilton.
Guess what, Jeannie? Instead of demonizing Trump and demonizing Elon, why not have some answers to the deficit? Have some solutions. It's ridiculous how they're such experts, but they don't have any solutions. They just don't know, but they have an opinion on everything.
I thought Trump was the Buddha. What's going on around here? We only get one
There's
Buddha.
two now, Joe.
Rick, what happens to the Doge caucus? All these lawmakers signed up to be part of a movement, I thought.
Yeah, my bet is they don't have a lot of public meetings in the future. Maybe midnight in a barn in West Virginia, talk about cutting government spending. But the reality is this was such a big impact early, right? I mean, we haven't really seen anything like Doge in a long time come in, have a major impact in the way government was functioning, basically stripping away authority from cabinet secretaries and Congress. So, it's had an enormous impact in the first, 4 months of this administration. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't go without some consideration and frankly, some learning, because in future administrations that think about this kind of thing, they'll try to think in terms of what was positive about it and what was negative. My guess is the remaining Doge caucus, the congressional folks, will look at this as a way of saying, look, we've already seen reporting that people are talking about, well, we want to improve and technology that exists within the federal government. We got to make it more efficient, more updated, better protected.
Piper Sandler maintains overweight on NVIDIA, raises price target to $180 a share.
Just come in and change Washington. You hope at least that part of it does change.
Getting some more headlines on this meeting today at the White House, apparently between President Trump and Jay Powell. If you're just joining us, we're just learning. Trump sat down at the White House to talk about growth, employment, and inflation. The Fed says Powell stressed a policy path that depends on incoming data and outlook, a data-dependent Fed. Not unusual to hear about that, as we also wait for daily news on tariffs. But Powell also said the Fed will set policy solely on objective analysis. Jeannie, it sounds to me like the back and forth on tariffs, for instance, and maybe suggestions of growth that are not acknowledged by the CBO are not going to be acknowledged by the Fed either. How do you read that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. Hearing people in DC today talk about making decisions based solely on objective data is music to my ears. I have to confess that, Joe. I wish we had a lot more of that, so it's welcome. I also wish for all the TV and cameras in the White House these days, we could get one in there when Powell and Trump are speaking. That's got to be fascinating. Yeah. But, I do think Donald Trump has to be very frustrated given what the court decided on tariffs today. In some ways, though, what it sounds like is this conversation, what the court decided, are some gifts to Donald Trump to get him back on track, focusing on what he should be focusing on, which is not attacking Harvard and not taking jets from Qatar, but focusing on inflation and focusing on costs. So to me, this should be welcome to the Trump administration, but I'm not sure that's how it came across yet.
The full statement here, producer James just put it in front of me, and this is from the Federal Reserve itself. Chair Powell said he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy as required by law to support maximum employment and stable prices. There's your dual mandate. And we'll make those decisions based solely on careful, objective, and non-political analysis. How do you think that message was received by the president, Rick?
Yeah, I'm sure he's pretty grumpy about that right now. He thinks that his political analysis is what should dictate the Fed's action, not the other way around. And so my guess is he'll have something to say about that either this afternoon or in the coming day. And frankly, couldn't come at a more interesting time, this meeting between the Fed chair and the president, because my favorite analysis, the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, is due tomorrow. And we've had some pretty grumpy consumers too. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not there's a reaction to any of this. But the indications early on is it's only getting worse for consumers out there. So at some point, I got to believe this is what's driving the president. He needs that consumer spending. He needs that infusion into the economy to keep the attention away from inflation, away from a slowdown in the economy.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused.
Well, very fascinating stuff here. This is an interesting moment that we're going to explore a lot more in our second hour, and Rick and Jeannie will be with us. Our panel is together today. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, with the breaking news headline: Donald Trump and Jay Powell, the President of the United States and the Chair of the Federal Reserve, sat down for a talk today at the White House. Jay Powell may not have been delivering the message that Donald Trump wanted to hear. We'll have much more on this as we welcome our global television audience in our second hour as well. A conversation after an update from the White House with Greta Peisch, former general counsel for the office of the USTR, with her view on this ruling on tariffs. It's all ahead right here.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is going to help to detoxify your body. It's also going to help to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This is a powder. It's a high-density protein. You take it once a day, usually in the morning or in the afternoon. But take it every day to detoxify your body, bring down that inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your vascular system, your immune system, and even your joints. If you work out and you're taking the heirloom barley, you're actually going to recover quicker. And then soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase to slow down the aging process. Taking Clarity Factor is going to get rid of brain fog, and it'll allow you to concentrate on tasks. So this is very important for work or for school, or even if you're retired, just to focus on tasks. They'll allow you to improve your memory. They'll help support memory. They'll help support your neurons so they can fire, and you're going to be thinking quicker. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity. And it's a holistic approach. Drink filtered water. Stay away from processed foods. Stay away from things that may cause endocrine disruption. Do the 4 modalities of exercise: resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing. Those activate different neurons. And also, when you're getting better blood flow, your brain's going to perform better. Very important. So please take Clarity Factor every day. Get rid of that brain fog so you can concentrate. But apply a holistic approach to your protocol, and you'll get further improvements. So please take Clarity Factor every day. I also have structural nanosilver gel. I have it in a tube form and also in a quick dispenser. Now, you apply it the same way, all right? You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it if you're not feeling well or people around you are not feeling well by putting it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your eyes, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. Can't do that with Purell. And you can put this on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gel. This works really well. Also, if your air quality is bad, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll help to collect some of those particulates that are in the air. And also, if you have copious drainage, to help slow down that drainage and allow you to breathe at night, put some of the structural nanosilver gel in your nostrils, and it'll help to dry up that drainage and allow you to breathe better. But also, it'll help to soothe maybe a sore nose from a cold. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver gel. It is a dual purpose product that you should have available because you never know when you need it.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It was the meeting of the minds. President Trump and Fed Chair Jay Powell in the Oval Office today. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power with breaking news from the White House. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines today at World Headquarters in New York. On Bloomberg TV and radio, Kaylee, interesting to imagine these two gentlemen together after all the rhetoric that led up to this moment. And it does appear, based on what we heard from the Fed, Jay Powell did not tell Donald Trump everything he wanted to hear.
Yeah, well, he certainly didn't say what the path forward for monetary policy would be other than, according to the Fed, to stress that it will be dependent entirely on incoming economic information. Reading between the lines here, not dependent on the true socialing of President Trump. Of course, I do wonder how the tenor of their conversation around the economy may be different, knowing that tariffs are about to be pulled back materially because of a court ruling that essentially says those blanket 10% tariffs, as well as the elevated tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada related to fentanyl, can no longer stand.
That's right. We've got a few stories to cover here. And that, by the way, you just mentioned was the biggest story until a few moments ago when we learned about this meeting. Be talking about both. We haven't heard, interestingly, from the president yet, but we could later this afternoon. He does have a swearing in on the schedule. Just don't know if reporters will be in the room yet. But we're going to spend the next hour breaking all this down, beginning with a report from Tyler Kendall live at the White House.
Yep, and we'll get some analysis from someone who used to be the general counsel at the U.S. Trade Representative. Greta Peisch is going to join us as we consider the very...
It seems as though there were 55 individuals killed in Gaza today.
that for us today. Charlie, it's good to see you.
Thank you very much. Big warm welcome to New York, New York. And we begin with developing stories, recapping, resetting headlines that you brought us in the past 30 minutes or so. A second judge has blocked some Trump tariffs in a small business case. And the story everybody's talking about right now. Fed Chair Jay Powell met with President Trump at the White House. That from the central bank in a statement. It represents their first such meeting since the president began his second term. Now, the Fed did put out a statement saying Chair Powell did not discuss his expectations for monetary policy, except to stress that the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means for the outlook. Now, stocks have moved higher since our last update. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now, looking at a gain of 0.1% on the Dow, up 33. The S&P up 0.4, up 24. NASDAQ up 0.6%, and the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 0.2%. The 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 3.93%. Gold is up $35 the ounce now for the precious metal, a gain of 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 61.05 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down 0.5%, 106,750 on Bitcoin. Lots of earnings news to sift through. NDIVIA shares remain higher. 4.2% gain there after earnings, and C3 AI surging after earnings, up 26.6%. Salesforce reported last night down 5.3%, and Hewlett-Packard Inc. also after earnings down now by 8.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go. Balance of Power continues right now. They are here in New York. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We are here in New York today. Doesn't mean that there's any shortage of things emanating from Washington to talk about. You've got a tariff ruling on one hand that, at least for now, nature of his tariff policy. On the other hand, President Trump is not just focused on trade today, but also on a meeting that just happened at the White House that we've just learned about. The first time since Donald Trump's second term began that he sat down in person with the chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell, knowing that Jerome Powell is not always called that, at least if President Trump is the one speaking. Too late is the nickname he uses, Mr. Too Late. Don't know if that gets used anywhere outside of True Social for face-to-face interaction or not. But what we do know, according to a statement from the Fed, is that Chairman Powell made it clear that decisions of the Fed will be made, and this is a quote, based solely on careful, objective, and non-political analysis, Joe.
Therefore, too late. If you ask the President of the United States to be a fly on the wall. We want to learn as much as we can about this right now. We're just on the precipice of the White House press briefing about to begin with Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Just outside the doors of the briefing room, we find Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. What do we know about this meeting, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. So we're still waiting for additional details, but the Federal Reserve has confirmed that this was on President Trump's invitation that the Fed Chair Jerome Powell came here to the White House today. And they said that they did not discuss expectations for monetary policy and that any future path of policy is going to be data dependent, as we often hear from the Fed chair. And Kaylee read this quote, but it's probably worth repeating. They said that any decision will be based on, quote, careful, objective, and non-political analysis. Now, of course, President Trump has said that he has no intentions of firing Jerome Powell, but ultimately we know he's been heaping on the criticism in recent weeks that he would like to see the FOMC ultimately cut rates. And even as he does pile on this criticism, of course, it comes amid his tariff plans. President Trump often says that his tariff plans will go hand in hand with lower interest rates, but they're defined by just so much uncertainty, which the administration says is strategic, but of course makes Jerome Powell's job harder as it puts him in between a rock and a hard place when it comes to inflation and any expectations of weaker growth. Now, interesting enough, we did hear from Chicago Federal Reserve Bank President Austin Goolsbee today, who said that if big tariffs avoided, whether that be through deals or potentially a court order, ultimately that could pave the way for the central bank to cut interest rates, given the underlying strength of the economy and the direction of inflation.
Well, Tyler, let's talk more about the president's tariff policy, which was dealt a blow in court yesterday as the judges unanimously ruled that IEEPA and the way he was trying to use it is not applicable for his sweeping tariffs. The administration obviously appealing that decision. But what comes next in terms of his pursuit to enact these levies on trading partners?
Right, Kaylee. So the administration really earlier this morning saying that they are prepared to take this fight to the Supreme Court. They are appealing it, and they say if they are not given immediate temporary relief when it comes to this ruling, then they could take this to the Supreme Court for emergency relief as soon as tomorrow. Now, at the heart of this ruling is that the U.S. Court of International Trade ultimately decided that the administration didn't correctly invoke IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, when they put forward the reciprocal tariffs. The White House had been arguing that persistent trade imbalances amounted to a national emergency. But the court said that that didn't really meet their definition, their justification for an unusual or extraordinary threat as outlined in the law. The administration, though, is really pushing forward here. And we heard from senior trade advisor Peter Navarro on Bloomberg Television earlier today, who said they still have some levers they could pull.
We think we have a strong case, yes. We will immediately appeal and try to stay. At the same time, the court, interestingly enough, basically said we were right, just use different rules and laws. So nothing has really changed here in that sense. We're still, as we speak, having countries call us and tell us they want a deal.
So, Joe and Kaylee, keep in mind that this ruling extends to.
All right, I'm gonna just go over just some of the latest news on the feed here. Disney Plus expands subscriber perks, including movie premieres. Goldman's Waldron says bond traders fear debt more than tariffs. Fed says Powell and Trump met at White House to discuss economy. And of course, we're hopefully going to hear some sort of press news on Bloomberg about that shortly here. Flooded mine in Congo is the latest threat to global copper supply. India's Shahpurji
closes $3.4 billion record private credit deal. The Bank of England Baileys urges closer EU trade to reverse Brexit damage. So that's another globalist push at the central bank level. Amazing. Ex-Goldman banker Lassner gets 2 years for fraud case. And Banxico Banxico, I think is how you pronounce it. Maybe Banxico. Not sure how you pronounce that is their name. Banxico sees more rate cuts after Mexico skirted recession. What's next for Trump's trade war after court blocks tariffs? That'd be a good question. Who knows? U.S. mortgage rates rise to a third time while sticking below 7%. Russia accuses Siberia of backstabbing with arms sales to Ukraine. Trump to appeal tariff ruling while weighing over ways to implement levies. All right, so that's some of the news that's on the feed. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
And that really makes the outcomes of these cases a bit unpredictable, which is maybe why we see such surprise today of the outcome that came out of the CIT. But there's going to be a lot of twists and turns to come with the motions for stays to hold the order, both at the lower court, also at the Court of Appeals, potentially going to the Supreme Court tomorrow. So, you know, I think we don't know where this path is going to take us, but I think there's going to be twists and turns along the way.
Well, isn't part of the story here, Greta, that nothing actually is going to change? If this White House is seeking a stay, then pretty much everything stays in place. You add Section 122, Section 232, we're all apparently experts on this stuff now, that the White House feels like it has a pretty strong hand beyond the emergency argument that when it just comes to basic procedure, they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
I think that's right. I think that's what you heard from Peter Navarro. I think that would be consistent with the direction of the president's given and the importance he's put on this policy and the reasons behind it. So whether they prevail in the courts and are able to keep these tariffs in place, or if they have to look to another tool like Section 122, we just keep adding numbers to our number basket for tariffs. Yes, I think that you would say there's likely to be a continuation of this policy in one form or another.
So does it become then just a question of the timing it actually takes to enact the policy, Greta? Because if you need full investigations in order to use some of these authorities, that would suggest that he can't necessarily find ways to reimpose tariffs on trading partners by July 9th, for example, when the deadline for negotiations on trade deals is supposed to be.
Right. Well, you know, every trade authority has pluses and minuses. And IEEPA, the authority that has been, its use has been struck down, it's very flexible and very fast. And so that made it very attractive for the administration to use. And other authorities do have drawbacks. Some of them, as you say, require investigation. That's the case with Section 232, these sector-specific tariffs like steel, aluminum, autos, and there's a number of other ongoing investigations. That's true of Section 301, which is the authority that was used to put tariffs on China in the first Trump administration. Now, there's a new authority that was actually cited in the case in the order pausing or invalidating the IEEPA tariffs. 122. This is a balance of payments, balance of trade authority that hasn't been used before, doesn't require an investigation. So that could go on pretty quickly. Now, the downside there is it only lasts for 150 days, and you can only go up to 15% in the tariff level. So again, drawbacks, you have speed without authority, but there's limitations on its use.
Much has been made, Greta, of the fact that we got a ruling from judges appointed by Barack Obama, Donald Trump himself, and Ronald Reagan. And I want to turn you into a legal analyst for the purposes of this conversation, but how are you reading into that?
I don't read too much into it. This is also, it's the Court of International Trade. These are experts on trade authorities. They come at it from a particular perspective. They've dealt with many of these authorities many times and thought about the delegation of tariff authority from Congress to the executive branch and what the contours of that may be. I mean, I think it's more about, to me, this court and how it thinks about these authorities than maybe the particular people who were on the panel in this case.
What do you think this means, Greta, for negotiations that are still ongoing between the U.S. and trading partners? Is there a material amount of leverage lost here if Trump and his proxies in the administration who are negotiating on his behalf can't say, look, if you don't agree to this, we're just slapping X tariff on you? If they don't necessarily have that power because the courts have said that they don't, does that substantially weaken the United States' hand?
I don't view it necessarily as a big change. And there's two things going on. One, for example, for the UK, the concessions they received were around not the tariffs that have been struck down yesterday, but around the 232 tariffs on autos, on steel, aluminum, on a potential pharmaceutical tariff action. And so many countries are still interested in those tariffs. And then again, I think there is the prospect of the administration using other tools to impose tariffs. And it's not just 122 and these 10 or 15% tariffs, but could they launch a Section 301 investigation with respect to particular countries and put in place the prospect of even higher tariffs? It's a possibility. And so, I think that trading partners are going to take a beat to assess the situation, what they're hearing from the administration, from Peter Navarro today, from the press secretary, from the president himself. But I think they're going to probably take the view that, the administration, the president's going to continue to pursue this policy and that they're going to have to operate under those parameters.
This is a court that not many people had ever heard of. I think before this story, when you're working in the office of the U.S. Trade Representative, how often are you interacting with the CIT, the Court of International Trade?
Well, it is the court that the trade agencies interact with. So any statute, so for example, Section 301 is another tariff statute. There has been litigation ongoing since the first Trump administration. Was ongoing when I was at the U.S. Trade Representative's office that was before the CIT, and it is that court of first instance that every tariff action goes to. So for those in the trade sphere, it's not obscure. It's where all of our cases and controversies funnel through.
And finally, Greta, we just have a minute left here, but knowing President Trump in recent weeks has said if negotiations with partners don't go well, that the U.S. is just going to set a tariff rate, tell countries what it costs to do business with the United States. Unless he pursues one of these other authorities, should we assume that he, in fact, isn't going to be able to do that in these weeks, that he won't have the authority to do so?
Well, it may be difficult for him to do so. There is an even more obscure statute called Section 338, which also has not been used and has been, it talks about unfair practices, discrimination. That's another potential tool. There's a lot of questions about the process to invoke it. So, never say never, but it will certainly be a challenge. And the president and the administration may need to jump through some hoops, do some work to fulfill the requirements of these statutes in order to follow through with that. But again, I think that the specter of higher tariffs, can be put in place immediately, even if it ends up being delayed in impact.
Because it can always be more obscure. We have Greta Peich. Thank you, Greta, so much for walking us through all of this. Partner at Wiley Ryan, former general counsel, the Office of the USTR. And Kaylee, we do have a headline coming out of the news briefing at the White House. Not a shock to be hearing from Caroline Levitt today, is it?
No, and perhaps not a shock what she's saying either. She says the Trump administration saw another example of judicial overreach using his full and proper legal authority.
Okay, while they're going on commercial break, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley is going to help you build muscle. It'll also help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This is a high-density protein, very important to take. Take a full scooper, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But make sure you do resistance training too. This will help you to build muscle. Now, stack it with Myotrol to get the synergistic effects. You can take Myotrol by itself also, but you get better results if you take Myotrol with the Gladiator Barley. But Myotrol will help with the gene expression to be able to build muscle and maintain muscle and help with your mitochondrial health. While the Gladiator Barley will help you to build the muscle because it has the actual building blocks to build the muscle. Myotrol will help with the gene expression. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans. Now, if you're 40 years of age or older, all right, you're going to start atrophying. So it's really important to do resistance training. But take Myotrol to help build that muscle with that gene expression, because when you get older, you start to methylate your genes. So it's important at age 40 or older to take the Myotrol. But you get more benefit and higher efficacy of building muscle when you take the Myotrol with the Gladiator Barley. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Myotrol, stop that atrophy, and start building muscle. Getting a good sleep is really important to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. Chronic sleep deprivation will lead to cells, neurons, right, that will start to degrade and won't perform properly. With chronic sleep deprivation, you can get early onset of dementia. And not only that, chronic sleep deprivation means that your cortisol levels are going to be higher. That's immunosuppressive. Your immune system will go down. You will age faster if you don't get enough sleep. It's that simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Take it every day. Get the proper sleep that you need. Resveratrol. This is a supplement that I've been taking for decades. I've been taking resveratrol for a long time. All right. It'll soak up free radicals, help with the health of your mitochondria, bring up your energy levels. The health of the cell will improve. It will help with youthful gene expression. It'll get rid of cells that are in senescence. Those are all very important for an anti-aging protocol and to slow down that aging, to improve your longevity. And when you have cells and tissues that are performing better, guess what? You have more vitality, right? So resveratrol is very important for different tissues, including your brain, all right? So take resveratrol. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. In addition, resveratrol is important for the basal layer for your skin. So please take resveratrol every day. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So a great stack to help with your gene expression to building up muscle, to get proper sleep, and to have youthful gene expression is to take the Myotrol, the resveratrol, and the Goodnight Formula. But to help with lowering inflammation, detoxifying your body, building muscle, soaking up additional free radicals, take the Gladiator Barley with that stack. It's a very powerful stack, and it's affordable. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Let's go back to Bloomberg.
3.94%. Gold up $33 the ounce. Spot gold up 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%. $60.92 a barrel. Lots of earnings, specifically retailers. Best Buy reducing its sales and profit outlook as the electronics retailer grapples with tariffs on imports from China, its top source of goods. Right now, Best Buy down 8.2%. Foot Locker sales slump persisted in the latest quarter, a potential headache for Dick's Sporting Sporting Goods as it prepares to acquire the struggling sneaker chain. Right now, we got Foot Locker up 0.1%, Dick's Sporting Goods up by 1.6%. And Kohl's reported better than expected comparable sales, a positive sign amid a tumultuous run of events for the retailer. Kohl shares are down 1.3%. Balance of Power continues right now. They are here in New York, and we love them for it. Back we go once again. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We're here indeed with Charlie in New York, but have no fear, Washington is carrying on just fine with its usual business without us present, including at the White House, where the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt right now is briefing the media. Not starting to actually take questions from journalists yet. She just had a lot she wanted to say. First, specifically on the ruling from last night, in which, of course, Trump's authority to use IEEPA to enact his sweeping tariffs was struck down. The White House press secretary characterizing that as another example of judicial overreach, saying that the trade court is abusing its judicial power, that Trump's rationale was legally sound, that courts should have no role here, except for maybe, Joe, the Supreme Court. As she says, the Supreme Court needs to put an end to this tariff challenge.
Yeah, she's hitting it all. This is, I'm sure, quite the moment to be in the briefing room. And when we get to questions, it could get a little bit chippy, as the press secretary is really the first since Peter Navarro spoke early today on Bloomberg TV and radio, the first member of the administration to throw back on all this and give us a sense of what exactly President Trump is thinking. He also, by the way, does have an event later on today, Kaylee. It's a swearing in. You see this, the new chief of protocol. Not supposed to be open press, but he's got a way of opening these things to press. If he's angry, if he wants to talk, if he wants to make a point, that would be the time that he does it. As we play this to our panel, Rick and Jeannie are with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst, alongside Republican strategist Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. So, Jeannie, here we go in the briefing room today. The line: there's a troubling and dangerous trend of unelected judges inserting themselves into the presidential decision-making process. That was the press secretary a moment ago. You could apply that to almost anything that the president has done here and the challenges that we've seen on a legal basis. What's the White House's next move? Just keep the tariffs, ignore the court?
Yeah, I love the underscoring of unelected. Of course they're unelected. Article 3, according to our founders, says they must be unelected. So that isn't keeping with the Constitution. She's repeating what Stephen Miller said yesterday, which was this is a judicial coup. We're living under a judicial tyranny. When the reality is, if you're going to push the boundaries of executive power in the way this administration has, if you're going to continue to do that, you are going to meet the resistance from the third branch, sometimes the first, not in this case, but the third branch that every other president has been the beneficiary of, or as they would say, has been the biggest frustration of their presidency. I mean, they just have to go back and take a look at FDR, how frustrated he was with the courts. He threatened to pack the courts. Joe Biden, Barack Obama. I mean, every president has felt this frustration. Of course, this presidency is pushing the boundaries even more. And so they're going to get this. It's nothing about a judicial tyranny or coup or overreach. This is the nature of Madisonian government, the way the framers wanted it.
Well, Caroline Leavitt isn't done talking about this. She just told reporters that these judges are trying to block the president's power in the policies he was elected to enact, Rick. But I wonder if that's how you look at it. It's not necessarily saying that he no longer has the powers given to him under IEEPA. He just can't apply them in these specific circumstances because an economic emergency, as he describes it, is not existent right now.
Yeah, I think that, and it even goes deeper than that, Kaylee, that IEEPA isn't the appropriate vehicle to do this kind of trade policy. It really is specifically designed to create sanctions on countries that are in violation or of this economic emergency that was being discussed. And so I think there's a lot of depth to this decision. The fundamental issue that you were just talking to Jeannie about is, the basis of our government is separation of powers. The reason judges are the third form of government is because they aren't subject to the political whims of the electorate. And the founders wanted a system of checks and balances where the political system was checked by both the judiciary branch and in some cases Congress, in some cases the executive branch. So the first thing I heard out of the White House this morning was Peter Navarro, attacking the judges for not being elected. Well, maybe he should read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and understand that that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, so we're just going to be watching for the next missive on impeaching judges, I suspect, although maybe not from Elon Musk this time. Caroline Levitt saying that the White House hopes the Supreme Court will weigh in, Jeannie. That's how this ends, right?
Bitcoin is now trading at 106.
They're going to have a very, very long summer. They like to leave like a school year, have the end, go back home. I don't know that they'll get much of that. I do think they will appeal this up. I think the question is, does the court take it on an emergency, as an emergency appeal, or do they make it go through a regular order? I mean, that is going to be interesting. We've also got a decision coming out from the court this term on executive power. So the court's role here is, pronounced. And it's one that the Chief Justice has talked about, saying that we are here to set the limits. And it's something that has frustrated the administration. But the reality is that this is really the purview of Congress. And that is the big issue here. Congress has the power to tax. In this instance, they delegated some of that power in emergencies, as Rick was just talking about, to the president. And so Congress can also step up here. But I think about this case, one really under-discussed aspect. This case was filed by small businesses, similarly to the case that just came out where the judge blocked from Illinois, the Illinois toy importers being tariffed. So what we're seeing here is not big companies, the kind that we often talk about, the Coca-Colas of the world, the Adidas, the big companies, rather small mom and pop stores who, unlike the big companies, are not afraid to take Donald Trump and the administration on, because they know if they don't, they are out of business. But in the case of the big businesses, they have the facility, the ability to ride out these storms, and they don't want the blowback from the Trump administration. So it is the fight of these small businesses that's really so fascinating to me as they take it to the administration via these courts.
Well, when we consider that all of this is happening as this administration, Rick, is actively engaged with trade negotiations with a number of U.S. trading partners, this is something that Caroline Levitt was just asked about in the briefing room as to why other nations would even continue those talks in the aftermath of this ruling. And she says they understand that the administration is going to win. We intend to win. We already filed an emergency appeal, and that they have faith in Trump. But if you're a trade representative from another country, do you take the threats of this president as seriously now?
I think you have to, because there are other tools that they can use. It wouldn't surprise me that later today they'll have the trade rep come out and talk about all the other tools, 301 decisions, 122s. I mean, there are ways that if the administration loses this case, that they can still prosecute a tariff war. And so it is not a threat without teeth. The difference is it's less random, it's not as extreme, and maybe that's even better, right? Put some parameters around the trade war so it's more predictable and less volatile. But you're still going to have to cut a deal with the White House if you're a foreign nation with a trade surplus. I mean, that's really the bottom line. And so wouldn't surprise me that all the negotiations keep going in order to get this behind them, because it will take some time.
Well, who needs the court here when you've got the taco? Jeannie, I bet you heard about this. The taco trade is what they're calling this on Wall Street. Trump, always chickens out. You threaten the tariffs, then you pull it back and the market rallies. That's Taco Tuesday. We've seen this happen a couple of times, actually. And imagine being the reporter to ask Donald Trump about this. It happened yesterday in the Oval Office. Let's listen.
Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threat.
And if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, I chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax, you call that chickening out?
Is the acronym fitting here, Jeannie? And are you surprised he got upset about that? Are you surprised he's not in the briefing room right now?
Do not call Donald Trump a chicken. My favorite part of that story was that even some of the people using the term tweeted out to the reporter, be quiet, don't tell him, because if you tell him we're calling him that, he won't walk back anymore. So investors not happy with that. The poor reporter. I think, by the way, Donald Trump should take this all as a win. He doesn't have 90 deals in 90 days. This isn't good economic policy. He can blame it on this court that none of us ever heard of until the other day. And he can say, listen, I tried, but now we have to just go back and I need to work on cost and inflation. It's a win for him. He should take it. But I don't think it's going to happen because he loves himself some tariffs.
Well, yeah, and he intended these tariffs to also be a way to raise revenue to help offset some of his tax cuts. Rick, in our final minute here, does this actually make that legislative effort harder in the Senate if they can't say, look, we have math to offset this?
Well, I think that the whole tariff discussion about having revenue is more of a talking point than a reality. I mean, there's very little that anybody can point to as to like what is the net receipts of the federal government and how they would apply. And the numbers are so massive, between $2.5 to $3.5 trillion of deficit add-on over the next 10 years. A few hundred million or billion aren't going to really make a big impact in getting votes. They've got a big hurdle in the Senate. A lot of people, Ron Johnson included, have already started staking out pretty tough stances on the massive amount of debt that this bill collects up on the federal deficit. And that's the issue they're going to have to figure out. And they're going to need a lot more than what's currently in the trade deficit category.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel, joining us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. And we'll have more on that effort in
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost is a supplement that you take every day, either for breakfast or for lunch. You're going to notice the effects of this within 72 hours. It's going to help you to lose weight safely and consistently, but also boost up your energy levels throughout the whole day. It's a steady burn of energy, and it's going to rev up your metabolism. It'll help with your cardiovascular health, your musculature, and your brain health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is a month's supply. You take a scooper a day, mix it with soft foods, with filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk, but take it every day. And this is your replacement for your breakfast or for your lunch. You're going to save money and lose weight. So this has 68 nutrients. It's very comprehensive. Take a look at the label. Read it on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this product from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Now, you can stack it with also Gladiator barley or heirloom barley, and it's going to help with building up muscle, detoxifying your body, bringing down inflammation, but not just that. It's also going to help with your A1C levels. Super important, because controlling your blood glucose levels will help with your cardiovascular health. But not only that, you're reversing the effects of diabetes. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the olive leaf extract. You can stack it with the Boomer Boost. This is a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It's going to bring down inflammation, and it's going to help you to bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So you're helping with your lipid profile. Super important for your cardiovascular health. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system at the same time. Again, you can stack it with the Boomer Boost. Now, another supplement that you should be taking to help with your cardiovascular health is the omega-3. Omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels, helps to bring up those HDL levels. Less LDL means less oxidized LDL. Less oxidized LDL means less plaque formation in your vasculature. Very important. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. And omega-3 helps with reducing clot formation by preventing the red blood cells from sticking together. So it's really important. Take omega-3 every day. Stacks really well with olive leaf extract. All right. Let's take a look at some other news that's popping up here. Jill Biden exposed as villain of cover-up by David Hogg. All right, let's listen to The Hill.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We've got a great show for you today. Happy Thursday, and I'm in a reasonably pleasant mood for a change. How about you?
Really? Look at how big the smile is. This is great. Okay, well, if you're in a good mood, I'm in a good mood. Maybe you're going to be in a good mood towards Biden because I know he's on your radar again. So tell the people what is fully on your radar.
Yeah, that's a big negative there. Negatory. Who is most responsible for the Biden White House's desperate and undemocratic efforts to shield President Joe Biden's cognitive decline from the people? Well, two very different sources have reached the same conclusion. Former First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is perhaps the chief villain of the story. That is according to Original Sin, the new book by mainstream journalists Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, and also according to David Hogg, who was recently recorded by conservative undercover journalist network Project Veritas. Let's start with Hogg. The following video footage comes from Project Veritas, right-wing media group founded by James O'Keefe, though he was eventually ousted from it. Project Veritas specializes in obtaining surreptitious recordings of staffers who work in Democratic political organizing and liberal media and publicizes the things they reveal about their employers. Project Veritas obtained video of David Hogg, vice chair of the DNC, and also another Dem staffer, putting the responsibility for the cover-up on Biden's inner circle, particularly Jill Biden's chief of staff, Anthony Bernal. Let's watch this.
The bigger issue was like the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it. And I can't stress you enough. Like Jill Biden's chief of staff, like had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Jill Biden's chief of staff.
That was like an open secret at the level. Like I would avoid him. Like he was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony Bernal.
I've never seen him.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
He's like a shadowy, like Wizard of Oz type figure.
So some thoughts. First off, look, it's not always necessary to record people without their knowledge in order to get the inside scoop. Hogg has actually been castigating the Democratic Party lately, as well as its failed electoral strategy, which has caused Gen Z, particularly Gen Z males, to move to the right. The DNC is actually trying to remove him from power in order to appease an irate Native American activist woman who thinks that his vice chair election was rigged against her, which is kind of crazy. I think he might have just honestly assessed what he sees as the problems with the Biden White House if he was asked about it in a straightforward fashion. But I digress. Now, that's because it's not really a secret anymore. In fact, the Original Sin book, which I'm now most of the way through, chiefly identifies these same figures, Jill Biden and her chief of staff, Anthony Bernal, as the main bad actors in this sordid tale. According to Tapper and Thompson, Dr. Jill was initially opposed to her husband running for president, but after she got on board, she really got on board, and she took dramatic steps to protect him at all costs. Indeed, important decisions related to both governance and campaigning were made by an incredibly small group of top aides nicknamed the Politburo. These aides were incredibly loyal to the Biden family and humored the family's need for privacy and also secrecy. Bernal, the Jill Biden chief of staff, had tremendous power over personnel. Basically, you didn't go along with the approach, you were out of there. So when it came time to make the decision about whether Biden should run for re-election, well, that decision was made without any input whatsoever from pollsters or campaign consultants or Biden's cabinet, let alone the voters. It was made by the Biden family, who were in wild support of Joe seeking another term. You weren't allowed to question it. Frankly, it scarcely occurred to anyone that they should question it because you don't question Joe and you don't question Jill. This book, which I really recommend to people, it is fascinating to see just how shielded Biden was. I think I imagined a large number of people in on this conspiracy to keep Biden out of the public's eye, but it's actually just 3 or 4 people, Donlin, Ricchetti, Anita Dunn, and then Jill Biden and Hunter Biden, keeping Biden away from the cabinet themselves. Cabinet secretaries, top Democratic officials couldn't get meetings with Biden. They did everything they could to limit his, not just his public appearances, but how many appearances he was doing with other leaders in the Democratic Party. And that decision came from Joe Biden himself and Jill Biden and these top people. And then the decision to run for re-election, they never sat in a room and decided, okay, here are the strengths and weaknesses of you having an additional campaign at this advanced age with your age and inflation being. Joe Biden and Jill Biden decided, well, of course he's running for re-election. That was told to these 3 or 4 people, and Ron Klain included. And then that was that. There was no polling even done. It's really astonishing how insular this family, how much it's about protecting the Biden family. All these top aides viewed their role as that they were responsive, obviously not to the American people, but not to the Democratic Party, but to the Biden family. It's a family affair. It's really interesting. I did not know the extent to which the Biden family had made protecting them. And then that explains all of the Hunter-related decisions, really. Why didn't they distance themselves from Hunter? Why didn't they ever throw him to the wolves? Why did they all show up to his trial? They didn't put any distance between them and Hunter as all of his legal episodes were unfolding. Well, from reading this book, I understand that never would have even occurred to them to do that because he's part of the family and they protect the family. They were mad at other members of the family who were talking to the public. You don't betray the family. You don't talk to the public. You don't separate yourself from the family. And the most prominent member of the family being Jill Biden.
I love today's radar. I think this is brilliant. Let me tell you why. Conservative media should understand this was not some huge Democratic cover-up. This is what I've been saying. This was a chief villain that we're calling Jill Biden, but she's also a protective wife. So if you think about what she was doing, she's just protecting her husband, somebody who wasn't on board with the idea of it in the beginning, came fully on board, and then did not want him to get the criticism of not being able to lead because she's seen him in his lowest times be resilient. And she truly believed that he can do it again and wanted to shield him from any criticism because she thought that was a better option than President Trump. So that was a huge miscalculation by a loved one, not a huge Democratic cover-up. And I love that. I can accept that. We can look inwards and see what the problem was and just say, okay, all these people that were criticizing and bothering about this every day, Elizabeth Warren, others, they're not involved with this. They were shut out and iced out of the entire conversation, which I think should redirect a lot of the criticism of mainstream media and all these other, people that are on the chopping block for this, something that they had nothing to do with. They also were trying to figure out what was actually going on. Obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire. So something was going on, but because no one had access besides family members, you remember after that terrible debate performance, you know who Joe Biden went to Camp David with?
Home is where we do the things we love with the people we love. So what if we live tomorrow in the same place as we did yesterday? With help, we can. Home instead for a better what's next.
Select a PMIS for the people who actually use it. With just a few clicks, set
his family members.
Right.
That's it. And NBC reported that they did a meeting about what the next step should be. And people were critical of why would your family be the only ones involved in that meeting? And he said it wasn't for that. This is unequivocally false. But then we know he made the decision to drop out soon after that. I think that's what we have, is that family protecting family and not worried about maybe what's best for the country. So it was a gross miscalculation on their part, but not some huge cover up. And I'm happy with that solution and to keep looking into it.
I mean, huge in terms of consequential, maybe huge, not huge in terms of how many people were straightforwardly involved. Yes, you're right. I still think Democrats and Democratic leaders and the cabinet officials can be criticized for not going public for when they were repeatedly told you can't see Biden.
In the middle of an election season, you want them to criticize the person who was still on the ballot and risk losing. No one does that in politics. That's not an option.
But that's
a lot of people.
They could have had a regular primary within the Democratic Party. Him stepping aside because of health reasons. I mean, come on.
Trump, but they're not going to criticize him once he's the option.
Sure, you could say it would have been bad politics. Maybe that's right. But also, and that's the other thing the book reveals, is that the concerns go back so much further than any of us thought. That basically he aged.
Now think about this. We were talking about Harvard, in the limited seats that they have at the college. They have 1,930 or so seats or whatever it is. David Hogg was allowed to have one of those seats at the Harvard College. Now, you're telling me that there aren't other domestic students that would be much more qualified than David Hogg? Of course they are. But they let him in because he's being propped up. He's being cultivated. He is what I call the seed corn of wokeism, all right? To get into politics and to push a fucking agenda. And conservatives from the Harvard community need to step up to the plate, keep in mind God, country, and family, and push back wokeism. There's not that many of us, but guess what? That's what we're going to have to do to save the fucking country. Because it's out of control. But he took a seat for the Harvard College. Now let's think about this for a second. We had so many people on Bloomberg saying we need to have international students to take those seats because they're more qualified. You're telling me those international students are less qualified than David Hogg? This is the problem that the Trump administration is shining a light on. Not only is it an international issue, but it's also Harvard is bringing on people to push a certain agenda. It's not a, these elite institutions, and you see it very prevalent at the clubs now with these elite institutions and the groupthink that they have. Now, us conservatives need to push back. You know, if you're in a social setting and you hear the woke bullshit, well, you just say, well, why do you feel that? Why do you think that way? Why do you think that Harvard should be given $1 billion annually and it's expected? And they'll say something like, it's doing cancer research. Well, there are lots of universities that are doing cancer research. And if you look at the other universe of universities doing the published papers on cancer research, they're actually doing more than what Harvard's doing. So Harvard doesn't have to get the money to perpetuate cancer research. See, they always want to throw it in a social fallacy. But let's just say, which is not true, but let's just say that international students are more qualified to take those seats. Then why did David Hogg get it? David Hogg got a seat because he is that next generation of the seed corn of wokeism in politics. And he blew up literally on national TV when someone was pushing back on him because he's not that intelligent.
30 years when Beau Biden died, and he aged another 30 years when Hunter's plea deal fell apart, and there were warning signs, and yes, it's not like everyone in the Democratic Party knew how bad it was and helped keep that quiet. It was being kept quiet from them too. I wish they would have. I think they probably admit now they should have spoke up earlier because of the disastrous end this came to right before the finish line.
Well, you know, the reports were that Nancy Pelosi was actively involved in saying you have to step aside. Yeah, but if she is one of the top Democrats that have been there for years, then you understand if for her it was that hard and it became public that she had a rift with Biden, you know how far people were trying to go to get in touch with him. Because what you want to do is start with the source inside of the party and not bring it to the news media outlets. Like that would be a disaster in what was already a disastrous campaign for a second term. Coming up, President.
Yeah, so that's what Harvard's, that's what Harvard is. Even though I'm going on a tangent, they're talking more about the hiding of his health, with Joe Biden and all this. But David Hogg, all right, you got to worry about this guy, all right? There is the puppet masters. They're propping him up for some sort of political career. Watch. It's very obvious, all right? So, that's something that you have to keep in mind. Now, go back to what I was saying about the Palestinian flag being risen above John Harvard, where the American flag normally is. And that was during the encampment last year, all right? Last year, there was a lot of talk. Was there going to be commencements and all this because of the encampment in the Harvard yard? And at that time, that was when the Palestinian flag was raised above John and Harvard. All right. Now, again, for the ones that listen, my grandfather was a CB during World War II. All right. So in the Pacific, they had to kill, they had to blow up stuff and build stuff to move from one island to another to be able to get the bombers to be able to hit Japan. All right. My grandfather was a major badass. There wasn't anything that he couldn't kill, blow up, or build. Major badass. All right. This generation doesn't have any respect for what my grandfather's generation had to do so we have the hegemonic power in the Pacific. All right. Now, my grandfather had shortcomings, like many people. All right. But the thing is that he served his country honorably. And it's disrespectful to have a bunch of snot-nosed brats raise a Palestinian flag in replacement of an American flag on Harvard Yard. And my grandfather, if he saw that, if he was still alive and he saw that, he would have torn their fucking head off and shit down their fucking throat. Because that's unacceptable. But you have the Harvard community allowing this crap to happen. They do not respect our servicemen and women that served our country honorably.
I feel like that's tradeable.
But like I said, it's going to be a long, hot, nasty, crazy summer here in Washington. Yes, it's going to be fun for us to talk about it.
Yeah.
I miss you all in the studio. This is a very lonely place here in the studio without both of you here.
Thanks for keeping the chair warm. Look, I think we're blessed to know that we will have Patrick McHenry with us for the summer. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Chairman, as always. Bloomberg contributor Patrick McHenry. I just like saying.
Yes, in addition to all of his other decorated titles,
indeed.
former chair of the House Financial Services Committee, weighing in on all of the stories we're following today. A meeting between the Fed chair and the president, a president who was called a chicken yesterday and now is faced with a ruling that is stopping some of his tariff ability for now. We'll have more of it on the late edition of Balance of Power as well. So we'll see you at 5 p.m. Eastern here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. Now, the reason why you want to take C60 is you want to soak up those free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're reducing stress on your cells, you're reducing stress on the tissues, and so your organ systems, your immune system, your endocrine system, your neurons, even your vascular system will perform better. All right? Now, you can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. Now, C60 needs to be in a lipid, an oil, for proper absorption. If you're taking C60 in a powder, you are totally not taking it right. All right? You have to have it in a lipid to be able to absorb it properly. All right? So take it. You go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take a teaspoon a day. It's a very potent antioxidant. So C60, what it's going to do, it's going to soak up those free radicals. It's hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. One molecule of vitamin C only neutralizes one free radical. And that's done. It can't recharge. But C60 can soak up hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals. One molecule. Very potent. It's going to soak up those free radicals, reduce the stress on the cell, allow for the mitochondrial, allow for the mitochondrial health to improve and boost up that ATP level. You'll have more energy. You'll have more vitality. The tissues will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. You soak up free radicals at the vascular level. You're reducing oxidized LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. By improving the neurons, the neural health, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress on the neuron. When neurons are stressed, they start to not perform as well. Well, you want to reduce that stress. You can reduce it by soaking up those free radicals. And then the mitochondrial health in the neuron is going to improve. You're going to have more ATP. You need lots of ATP to fire off those neurotransmitters and to make them. So your neurons are going to perform better. Your brain function is going to perform better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you take the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant that if you stack it the way I tell you to, you're going to get some major benefits from it. All right? Now, you're not hearing anywhere on the planet on how to stack C60 like how I'm telling you to. And it's what I do. All right? I've been taking C60 since 2016. And what you're going to notice is you're going to slow down that aging process, and other things like your endocrine system and your immune system are going to perform better. So what you do is you take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. You'll soak up those free radicals that you're producing during your workout, and you will recover quicker. So take a teaspoon a day, either in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. And stack it with like NAD plus and ubiquinol to get that neural protection. Or stack it with the D3 and the K2 and resveratrol. Why? Well, with the D3 and the K2, you're helping your cardiovascular system. Also stack it with omega-3 or olive leaf extract. That helps with your cardiovascular system. And remember, soaking up those free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. Very simple. So you can stack it for a neurostack, you can stack it for a cardiovascular stack. And by bringing down stress systemically and soaking up those free radicals, your immune system is going to perform better. Because it's not having to worry about all of this systemic inflammation and the systemic stress that's taking place in your body. This is the reason why C60 is the second pillar of my core protocol. The core protocol is basically, it's very simple. The first pillar out of 4 pillars, the first pillar is taking max 35, max 14, or cleanse to boost up that immune system. The second pillar is the C60. Take a teaspoon a day. The third pillar is taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system and to help with your cardiovascular system. And the last pillar is Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is going to rev up your metabolism, and you're going to have higher levels of energy. And when you have that metabolism that's revved up in those energy levels, and you're reducing stress, and you're reducing inflammation, and you're boosting up your immune system, your body is going to perform better. And when your body is performing better, and you have more vitality, you're going to be moving around, you're going to have better musculature, you're going to have better bone density, you're going to be more active, you're going to think more clearly. You can stack this with clarity factor. But the point here is that the magic isn't taking one supplement. The magic is stacking out the way I tell you to. And when you do that, you're targeting multiple systems and you're slowing down the aging process. There's no one out there that's as comprehensive on this subject matter than me. Nobody. No celebrity doc. They all pretend. They're all bullshit. They were bullshit during COVID. They're bullshit now. All right? You just listen to me and you're going to see huge benefits. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's not rocket science, but it's holistic. It's about stacking. It's about drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, controlling your calorie intake, learn new things, get that neuroplasticity going, proper sleep, the 4 modalities of exercise, cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching. Those 4 modalities are very important. If you say, I only stretch and I'm getting great benefits, I just do yoga. Wrong. Well, I just weightlift. Wrong. I just run marathons. Wrong. It's the 4 modalities. Proper sleep. When you get proper sleep, you're being able to detoxify your central nervous system, getting rid of that garbage. You're consolidating memory. You're reducing cortisol levels. Those are really important. When you do this holistically, you actually slow down the aging process. And lots of research out there from anti-aging, from sports medicine, from longevity research, geriatric medicine. All this can be applied to the public, to the masses. and tweak it based on your numbers that you're tracking. All right, BMI, your blood tests, any scans that you have. All right, EKGs, calcium screenings, cancer screenings. All right, these are all data points that are really important. And what you're going to notice is that you're improving your health over time if you follow the protocol. Now, some people can't afford the whole protocol. I totally understand that. It's best that you do the whole thing that I do, but a lot of people can't. That's the reason why I tell you how to stack these in a little bit more affordable way so you can get the benefits from this knowledge. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, stack these supplements like I tell you, but it's a holistic approach. And I'm telling you, I'm the most comprehensive, and the proof is in the pudding. I'm in my 50s, all right? There are these anti-agers that are popping up, all right? Based on their experience. Some of it is based on their academic research or their academic training. But the thing is you can learn from us. And by doing this and paying attention to what we're doing and paying attention to your own body chemistry, and that changes over time. Your body chemistry is different than mine. But your body chemistry is different when you were 10 years old than when you are now. So it's going to change over time, and that's why you need data points. And you can target certain systems that you have to worry about. If your cholesterol is getting out of control, you need to control it. I tell you how to. If you're starting to have memory problems, I'm telling you how to improve your memory. Or if you're starting to have problems with liver function, or if you're having problems with your gut biome, these are all things that you can target. All right, but you got to listen. You got to listen to your body. You got to listen to your changes in your biochemistry. So when you do that, you're going to actually see that your body is healing and slowing down the aging process. You got a lot of celebrity docs that want to pretend that they know everything, and they have notoriety, and now they're ending up turning into salespeople, and are not really telling you anything new. And by the way, they ride the coattails of other people that are unique and have unique perspectives on things that don't ride coattails of people. It's obvious, but pay attention to what I have to say, because I'm the most comprehensive on this, and the proof is in the pudding. I'm in my 50s, and guess what? I don't look 50. I don't feel 50. All right. And it's what I do. You can learn from what I do, but I'm telling you how to tweak it for your benefit. And by purchasing the products, you're helping support the work. And I'm telling you when to enter the market to make money, either in oil or in gas or in the S&P 500 or in the treasury market. All right. I'm more macro. I look at these things macro. I don't like dealing with the micro trading kind of thing in terms of individual stocks because of the idiosyncratic risk. But if you pay attention to me, you'll make money. And not only that, you'll grow older gracefully. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my broadcast today. We're going to continue tomorrow. But, the big takeaway here is, Trump is still going through resistance from the judicial system to be able to reboot our economy. You have a judicial system that's hijacked by globalists that want to push back on Trump. And they hide behind they hide in the shadows saying Trump's a dictator. But who's really the dictator? Is it the transnational capitalists or is it Trump? I suspect it's the transnational capitalists. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Have a nice day and be safe. See you tomorrow.